Proretto. Okay, good morning to everybody. It's an honor to me to be here today to discuss the European Union efforts in tackling one of the most pressing health challenges of our time, cancer. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this important gathering, and in particular, your efforts, your dedication to advancing research and innovation in healthcare is truly commendable. I would like also to extend my gratitude to the distinguished experts and the representatives from academia, healthcare institutions, private sector, NGOs, whose contributions are critical to achieving our shared objectives. Allow me also to express my gratitude to the European Commission's mission on cancer and its associated stakeholders for their tireless work in transforming our fight against cancer. Your commitment is paving the way for breakthroughs that will save lives and improve patient outcomes. Okay, distinguished guests, cancer remains a formidable challenge for public health, affecting millions of citizens across Europe and worldwide. Recognizing its devastating impact, the European Union launched the EU Mission on Cancer under the Horizon Europe framework as a part of its broader European plan to beat cancer. This mission sets a bold goal: to improve the lives of more than 3 million people by 2030, providing them with better prevention, diagnosis, treatment options, while ensuring an improved quality life. In this endeavor, artificial intelligence plays also a pivotal role. AI is revolutionizing healthcare by enabling earlier and more accurate cancer diagnosis, optimizing personalized treatments, enhancing patient monitoring. Just for example, AI-powered tools can analyze vast amounts of medical data, such as imaging, genetic information, electronic health records, at unprecedented speed, offering clinical deeper insights and actionable recommendations. Moreover, AI facilitates the development of predictive models, allowing us to identify at-risk populations and implement targeted prevention strategies. These advances are not only transforming individual care, but also driving efficiency and equity in healthcare systems, ensuring resources are allocated where they are needed most. However, achieving these ambitious objectives requires seamless cooperation among all actors involved: policymakers, researchers, healthcare professionals, industry leaders, patient advocacy groups. Collaboration is the cornerstone of innovation impact. As a representative of the European Commission and also on behalf of my colleague Fabrizio Spada of the Office of the European Parliament, I'm proud to highlight the importance of multi-stakeholders partnership in this mission. Initiatives such as the European Health Data Space aim to promote secure data sharing across borders, enabling the full potential of AI and digital tools to support cancer research and treatment. Furthermore, the EU is investing in infrastructure to scale this innovation, such as the Digital Europe program, which funds high-performance computing and AI projects, and Horizon Europe, which provides extensive resources for groundbreaking research in oncology. But our work is not confined to Europe alone. Cancer knows no borders, and global collaboration is essential. The EU actively engages with international partners, sharing best practice and harmonizing ethical standards for AI and data usage in healthcare. To conclude, Let me reaffirm that our fight against cancer is not just a scientific mission, but it's also a moral imperative. By harnessing the power of AI and fostering partnerships across sectors and countries, we could create a future where cancer is no longer a life sentence, but a manageable condition. Thank you once again for your attention and commitment.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Okay, and I welcome you in Italy, all the partners. It's been a pleasure to working with you and having you all here today. I have the pleasure to read the message by our Ministry of Health, which unfortunately for reasons, important reasons, couldn't join us today, so yesterday he sent us a message. I'm reading this in Italian because we have an English translation, so. Ok, this is messaggio di saluto del Ministro della Salute Orazio Schillaci sul progetto Revert Targeted Therapy for Advanced Colorectal Cancer Patients, 10 dicembre 2024. Rivolgo il mio saluto agli organizzatori, ai relatori e a tutti i partecipanti alla conferenza finale del progetto Revert, un'occasione di approfondimento sulle nuove conquiste nella lotta contro il tumore del coloretto, una malattia che purtroppo colpisce ancora molte persone in Europa e nel mondo. L'uso dell'intelligenza artificiale attraverso l'analisi e l'integrazione di dati genomici e clinici consente interventi terapeutici mirati e ottimizzati. Questo approccio non solo offre prospettive inedite per i pazienti affetti da patologie complesse, ma rappresenta un esempio di come tecnologia e medicina possano convergere per affrontare questioni di salute pubblica con una visione sostenibile e condivisa. Il progetto Revert dimostra concretamente come la collaborazione tra istituti di ricerca, associazioni di pazienti, imprese e decisori politici possa generare soluzioni innovative ed efficaci. È nostro compito favorire la transizione di queste scoperte nei contesti sanitari quotidiani, assicurandoci che diventino accessibili a tutti i cittadini dell'Unione Europea, indipendentemente dal luogo in cui vivono. Oggi ci troviamo di fronte a una straordinaria opportunità di rafforzare le politiche sanitarie attraverso l'adozione di strumenti avanzati e pratiche basate sull'evidenza. Per questo, oltre a celebrare i risultati raggiunti, siamo chiamati a costruire un percorso che renda questi traguardi punti di partenza per nuove scoperte e progressi. Grazie e buon lavoro a tutti. Il Ministro, Professor Orazio Schillaci. Grazie. Grazie signor Ministro, siamo molto dispiaciuti che non ha potuto venire di persona, ma il suo messaggio è stato veramente importante per noi, anche uno stimolo a continuare le nostre ricerche che sono abbastanza complesse, ma che ci spingono a continuare questo percorso, come diceva il dottor Calabrese, contro il cancro, che è una malattia che dobbiamo assolutamente cercare di sconfiggere tutti insieme. Darei la parola al rappresentante del nostro istituto, l'IRCS Raffaele Roma, che è il presidente del nostro comitato tecnico scientifico, il professor Enrico Caraci. Prego.
È con grande piacere che come presidente del comitato scientifico dell'IRCS San Raffaele, che è uno dei 50 istituti presenti in Italia che porta avanti assistenza sanitaria e ricerca, per questo importante convegno che riguarda il progetto cosiddetto Revert, che è un progetto finanziato dall'Unione Europea per verificare e trovare un protocollo innovativo per la terapia del tumore del colon metastatico. Mi onoro di essere presidente del comitato di questo IRCS che coordina questo progetto, che vede insieme uniti tanti atenei, tanti centri di ricerca e tante istituzioni europee. Il progetto l'obiettivo del progetto è quello di portare avanti la creazione di una piattaforma, di un ampio database che si integra i campioni già esistenti con quelli che derivano dai centri afferenti a questo progetto, basandosi sui dati dell'intelligenza artificiale. Intelligenza artificiale che riesce a produrre dati che portano alla creazione di questa piattaforma che è in grado di migliorare la qualità di vita e la qualità di assistenza per i pazienti. Il consorzio Revert nasce appunto dall'adesione di tanti laboratori scientifici. Ci sono 6 stati presenti in questo studio come Italia, Svezia, Germania, Lussemburgo, Spagna e Romania, più tanti altri centri legati a piccole e medie imprese. Si è già nell'ambito di questo studio si è raggiunto già un traguardo significativo che è l'evento che oggi andiamo a celebrare. Questo evento che andiamo a celebrare mette in evidenza come con l'intelligenza artificiale si possono ottenere miglioramenti particolari nel trattamento di questa patologia. E quindi l'importanza di questo studio è quello di una proposta di rivoluzionare l'approccio al trattamento per adesso di questa patologia. E io voglio mettere in evidenza aspetti veramente importanti di questo studio, che in primis la collaborazione internazionale, l'internazionalizzazione che ha questo progetto, che è in grado di fornire attraverso la presenza di più partner industriali dei dati molto importanti. La importanza dell'intelligenza artificiale, questo studio è un esempio di come l'intelligenza artificiale può essere intesa come strumento, può essere utile per produrre avanzamenti di conoscenza importanti. L'altro aspetto che voglio mettere in evidenza è la traslazione, quindi il trasferimento di prodotti della conoscenza in prodotti applicativi che vanno direttamente sull'uso del malato. Quello del trasferimento tecnologico sappiamo che è un tema molto importante che la Comunità Europea persegue. L'altro aspetto che voglio mettere in evidenza di importanza è l'applicazione che si può fare in questo studio della medicina personalizzata. Sappiamo che è importante obiettivo della medicina sono la medicina delle 4P, che sono prevenzione, predizione e personalizzazione. E quindi questo è anche un grande avanzamento per gli studi in tutte le patologie, ma anche in questa del colorectal. Pensate che molte volte le terapie che si fanno utilizzano dati ottenuti da trial, da studi clinici in cui per esempio non sono presenti le donne, sono molto poche, quindi per fare anche un riferimento alla terapia di genere. E poi l'altro aspetto molto importante è che questo studio può rappresentare un modello di sperimentazione da applicare nelle patologie tumorali, ma anche in altre patologie. E quindi questo modello che è rappresentato da questo studio, che lo possiamo considerare come una proof of concept, può aprire la via, può aprire la strada a questa metodologia di protocollo che è veramente innovativa, tant'è vero che i dati di questo studio sono molto interessanti perché si arriva ad un aumento della sopravvivenza molto significativo, molto notevole. Quindi vi ringrazio per la partecipazione, ringrazio tutti gli organizzatori istituzionali della Comunità Europea, la faticabile professoressa Fiorella Guadagni e tutti i ricercatori che in maniera molto attiva si sono occupati di questo studio, per il quale io invito ancora ad andare avanti, quindi a estendere su altri campi questa piattaforma, questo protocollo. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Grazie professor Garaci, è sempre un grande onore averla presente in questi contesti. Dovremmo avere collegato online il magnifico rettore dell'Università di Roma Tor Vergata, professor Nathan Levialdi Chiron. È corretto? Perché? Perfetto. Quindi prego il magnifico rettore se può darci un messaggio come previsto dal programma. Grazie. Noi non lo vediamo ancora. Il tempo di mettere in collegamento
greetings, both personally and on behalf of our entire academic community, to this international event dedicated to the Revert project.
Okay.
I am particularly pleased to be so in the presence of such distinguished speakers and leading experts in the field. This significant project, founded under the Horizon 2020 program, tackled the challenging task of designing optimal and personalized treatment strategies using MRCRC as a paradigmatic example with potential applications to other chronic diseases. The project leveraged cutting-edge technologies and artificial intelligence to enable patient-specific therapeutic interventions. As one of the first experimental studies in Europe to apply artificial intelligence systems in clinical settings for personalized treatment identification, this initiative represents a pioneering milestone. We are proud that Tor Vergata University is a key partner in the project, coordinating a joint research unit in collaboration with esteemed institutions such as University of Florence and Palermo, as well as the Institute for the Study, Prevention and Oncological Network. Today's events, enriched by the participation of distinguished authorities, key European stakeholders, healthcare providers, patients associations, and industry experts, offer a valuable platform to explore the project's outcome and its future prospects. You will have the opportunity to discuss regulatory advancements, the most innovative clinical applications of artificial intelligence and genomics, and the development of a sustainable pathway for implementing the project's results. In conclusion, I extend my best wish for a productive and insightful day. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Levialdi Chiron. It's been a pleasure for us to hear your message, and it's also an enthusiastic opportunity for us to be all together and to listen all these, I would say, fantastic comments that it will make us continue working to debate and finally maybe guarantee a cure for cancer in the future. I have the pleasure to present now Professor Giuseppe Novelli. When the project started, he signed the grant agreement, so it's a pleasure for us to have him today here as was a rector of Tor Vergata. So thank you, Giuseppe, being here. Great pleasure.
Thank you very much, Fiorella. It's an honor for me to be here today because I was present at the start of this project. Ah, ok. Come parlo, italiano o in inglese? Come faccio per le slide? Cambiate voi? No, se devo cambiarle io. I'm sorry, but just some interaction with... Okay.
Now this is normally is a sort of political area.
Allora parlo italiano?
No, parlo in italiano.
Okay,
But this
perfect.
is mostly Parliament, European Parliament and Commission, European Commission, and scientific meetings are very important but less organized, I would say.
Ok, thank you very much. Grazie allora. Dicevamo, è un grande onore per me, l'ho visto nascere questo progetto e avviare, e lo faccio con pochissime slides, tra l'altro sono in inglese quindi non c'è nessun problema. Revert ha fatto un primo studio ed è il presente, basato sul genoma, su 20 anni di studio dal sequenziamento del nostro genoma. Il problema è vedere come ci proiettiamo nel futuro. I successi sono stati tanti su questa base, ma soprattutto basato sull'analisi della diversità genomica tra individui, tra gruppi e tra varie specie, anche se volete. Su questa diversità si è basato tutti gli approcci terapeutici di oggi, che come giustamente ha detto il professor Garagi, hanno dato inizio alla medicina personalizzata, individuale, in termini di efficacia e risposta e quindi di protezione da eventi avversi, dove sono stati raggiunti risultati straordinari, in particolare su questo settore. Voglio solo sottolineare un numero degli eventi avversi, avendo lavorato per 5 anni all'EMA su questo tema, aver costituito il primo gruppo di farmacogenomica all'EMA, e il dato più importante oggi che abbiamo registrato è che quando abbiamo introdotto i test genetici per evitare gli eventi avversi ai farmaci, abbiamo in Europa attualmente il 30% di riduzione di incidenza annuale di eventi avversi. Questo è un successo straordinario. Se lo confrontate parallelamente sulla somministrazione di farmaci e quindi di eventi avversi senza test genetico, abbiamo il 70% di eventi avversi. Questo direi che sono numeri importanti che la genomica ha permesso di ottenere. Oggi abbiamo oltre registrati dall'FDA 350 farmaci, diciamo, quindi di cui abbiamo un test genetico che in qualche modo è documentato, registrato e approvato. Questo ci permette di dire oggi che nonostante questo, che sembra piccolo il numero, abbiamo tuttavia 70.000 SNPs, e cioè polimorfismi specifici varianti in singoli geni che sono associati a reazioni ai farmaci. Ma ancora di più, successivamente agli SNPs, abbiamo disponibili qualcosa come 200 variazioni strutturali, segmenti di DNA che possono essere in più o in meno, che possono influenzare la risposta ai farmaci ed è una nuova classe di variabilità. Revert appunto ha studiato questa variabilità oggi disponibile su base genomica. Ma qual è il futuro che ci aspettiamo in un possibile, io mi auguro, Revert 2? E sono i 3 filoni che a mio parere oggi sono le strade su cui deve andare la farmacogenetica, la farmacogenomica, la medicina di precisione. 3. Individuazione di alleli rari all'interno di geni che oggi cominciamo ad avere. Gli alleli rari hanno una unicità straordinaria. Quando cambia uno di questi c'è un effetto sicuro. al di là dei polimorfismi che possono avere o non avere un effetto. Gli alleli rari oggi sono alla base della stragrande maggioranza delle malattie complesse e multifattoriali, oltre ovviamente che delle malattie rare. 2. I non-coding RNA è la parte nascosta del genoma, la dark genome, di cui abbiamo oggi qualcosa come 100,000 varianti di RNA che sono espressi nelle nostre cellule. Per molte di queste non sappiamo niente. E il terzo campo, che secondo me sarà un altro aspetto, è la dark proteome, e cioè quella parte di espressione di geni che producono non proteine grandi, ma mini proteine, proteine piccole che sfuggono all'analisi genomica tradizionale perché hanno degli ORF non canonici, cioè guardando il genoma noi non ci accorgiamo se c'è uno start e se c'è uno stop, ma che hanno una sequenza genomica completamente differente, ma che producono piccole proteine. Queste non canoniche ORF potranno e saranno il futuro della risposta, perché queste mini proteine funzionano e hanno un effetto importantissimo soprattutto nel cancro. Cominciamo a trovarne diverse di queste mini proteine che vanno studiate, e molti stimano che hanno un grande effetto sull'aspetto della risposta ai farmaci. E vi lascio con una frase di auspicio detta dall'editore di Science, Holden Thorpe, lo scorso anno ha scritto in un suo editoriale su Science: noi stiamo vivendo in due mondi, uno bellissimo, meraviglioso della scoperta scientifica, della biologia e della medicina, e un altro purtroppo delle guerre e delle divisioni, ed è veramente paradossale il mondo in cui stiamo vivendo. Io mi auguro che un Revert 2 possa cambiare e andare nella direzione del primo mondo, che è quello che a noi interessa, della scienza e della scoperta. Grazie a tutti voi per il lavoro che avete fatto.
Grazie professor Novelli, passo la parola per un commento al professor Garaci. Voleva parlare lei? No. Okay. È bellissimo quello che hai detto, concordo pienamente, considererei il Revert un inizio. I risultati che abbiamo ottenuto non sono il finale, sono l'inizio di qualche cosa di diverso. E se posso fare un commento, essendo medici, siamo molti medici in questo studio, perché multidisciplinare occorrono tutte le figure, ma il medico ha bisogno di poter vedere la traslazione in campo clinico. Ecco perché ci siamo posti l'obiettivo di arrivare a una validazione proof of concept con un clinical trial, perché altrimenti parliamo sempre potenziale, maybe, potenzialmente utilizzabile, potrebbe. In questo caso noi possiamo dire, ovviamente è un proof of concept, quindi è uno studio che volevamo vedere se l'applichiamo in campo clinico, queste conoscenze con l'intelligenza artificiale, la possibilità di stratificare meglio da parte del singolo medico il responder versus il non responder, probabilmente saremo più incitati, saremo più entusiasmati ad andare avanti, e potremmo anche dire usiamo l'intelligenza artificiale in maniera corretta, etica, trasparente. Questo è stato il motivo per cui, poi lo dirò nella relazione, insomma, riporto tutti i risultati, però abbiamo voluto il medico in comando, cioè il medico deve essere la persona che nel momento in cui interagisce con il paziente, prende una decisione, lo possa fare coscienza e coscienza. E questo è il nostro primo impatto, direi. Prego, passo la parola al professor.
Yes. For a long time it has been discussed also at the level of European Commission what was more important, beautiful science or useful science. This study showed that it's possible to make a fusion between useful science and beautiful and useful science. And the importance also of technological transfer, because this is an issue that we need to overcome, and this study showed that it's possible to transform the results of a ricerca in application useful for the human health.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Garashi. I would like to make one comment. It's important that I would like to thank. Parlo in italiano perché si è detto di parlare in italiano. Allora, se no ci confondiamo. Nel momento in cui abbiamo organizzato questo convegno, oltre alla parte ovviamente rappresentanza delle istituzioni, abbiamo però voluto recuperare tutti gli attori che ci hanno accompagnato nel percorso. Questo è stato il primo studio clinico che è stato presentato in Italia al Ministero della Salute. È cosa abbastanza complessa perché all'epoca la normativa, faccio un attimo di storia aneddotica che è importante, quindi è stato un percorso che abbiamo condotto con il professor Calamea, il dottor Mauro Grigioni, il dottor Calamea del Ministero della Salute e abbiamo fatto questo percorso insieme alle istituzioni che acquisivano in quel momento come posso dire, le nuove regolamentazioni, la 745, eccetera. Quindi alcuni degli invitati sono proprio testimoni dell'attività che abbiamo svolto, il dottor Mauro Grigioni, spero che arrivi anche il dottor Calamè, che non vedo in questo momento, ma che ha detto che sarebbe arrivato, il professor Novelli, il professor Garaci, così pure anche il nostro signor Ministro, che era all'epoca rettore durante il percorso dell'Università di Tor Vergata. Quindi sono tutte testimonianze dirette perché l'hanno vissuto insieme a noi, quindi li ringrazio per la loro presenza, per tutto questo. Io direi che possiamo passare alla seconda parte con il focus su EU Cancer Strategy, ok? Enrico Antonio Parenti is going to be online with us, okay? Please. Okay, Antonio Parenti is European Commission DG Sante, Director Sante Public Health, Cancer and Health Security. So, welcome, Professor Parenti. Is he online?
Grazie.
Okay.
Buongiorno a tutti. Un grande piacere ritornare, anche se in video, alla rappresentanza in Italia e un caro saluto a tutti i partecipanti e a chi mi ha preceduto. Non so se parlare in italiano o in inglese. Io ho un discorso fatto in inglese. Se non vi dispiace, continuerei in inglese.
In inglese va benissimo, sì, sì. Grazie.
Perfetto. Allora, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to share some highlights today with you on Europe Beating Cancer Plan and its implementation. As you are aware, the cancer plan and the cancer mission work hand in hand to improve the life of those who are affected by cancer. Both initiatives cover the whole patient pathway, so from prevention to screening, diagnostic, care, and of course quality of life. The cancer plan's implementation is progressing well. I mean, since 2021, we have launched 10 flagship initiatives, and 32 further action and work will continue in the new legislative mandate that has just begun. And this is also to confirm that the work on cancer will continue throughout this commission and will remain an important goal for the present commission. Under the diagnostic and care pillar of the cancer plan, there are many initiatives that, like the project Revert discussed today, contribute to foster equitable and high-quality cancer care. Let me share with you some examples of the ongoing work in this area. First, the plan aims to set up an EU network of comprehensive cancer centers by 2025 to link multidisciplinary structures in each member state that manage all aspects of cancer care, research, and specialized medical training. The objective is that 90% of eligible cancer patients have access to these structures by 2030. Second, the plan also aims to connect the expert in cancer care. 7 networks of expertise in cancers are being developed to address areas that can benefit from cross-border cooperation and
aree che
are
possono
very
essere
relevant for today's discussion, such the complex and poor prognosis cancer and the omics science, including, of course, genomics.
pronto?
Sì? Mi sentite?
Sì, sì, la sentiamo. C'è un'interferenza con la traduzione. Per favore evitate la problematica, grazie. Prego, dottor Parenti.
Grazie.
Prego, grazie.
Third, in 2021, we launched the initiative Cancer Diagnostic and Treatment for All, aimed at advancing a more effective approach to cancer, tailored to the characteristic of the patient and the disease. The initiative is supporting 3 projects focused on developing shared protocol and expanding the application of cutting-edge technologies such as genomic diagnostic, liquid biopsy, and genetic profiling. These 3 ongoing projects will contribute to a new joint action expected to start in 2025, focusing on advancing the uptake of personalized care medicine in participating countries. In all of these initiatives, the cooperation between researchers, public health experts, patients, healthcare professionals, and other stakeholders have been crucial to the implementation of the cancer plan and the cancer mission. We wish to continue seeing this strong collaboration as it will be the key for the long-term impact and sustainability of the initiative that we launched together. Looking at your event agenda, it is great to see a similar cooperative approach, including interactions between regulators, patients, researchers, and SMEs. Understanding the opportunities for future partnership and cooperation among stakeholders will be important to ensure a long-term impact of this and many other projects, both in cancer research and public health. To conclude, I am very pleased to have been able to address you and speak on this important topic. Cancer is, and the cancer beating plan is a priority for the European Commission, and we need to work hand in hand with member states to make sure that the cancer beating plan is a very successful event. And we also need to work with all the stakeholders. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm looking forward to the debate that will ensure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Parenti. The way that Europe is approaching the cancer, I believe we all believe that is the correct way, so inclusion of all the expertise in all the aspects and the multidisciplinarity of the stakeholders. And I believe it's a winning way. Now I would like to invite Caterina Buonocore. She is a Health National Contact Point NET 3.0, HNN 3.0 Project Coordinator. Caterina Buonocore, please. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. And again, I have to say thank you as well, because it's interesting for also National Contact Point of Horizon Europe to get in touch with researchers, indeed, companies who have participated, regulators, association of patients, and to also hear from you what has been happening in these 4 years, I guess, and to really breathe a bit the atmosphere and the result of your impactful research. I'm going to explain also a bit why probably we have been invited. I've been invited to participate to this event, And I will also try to just share with you some hints on the future opportunities of funding in the Horizon Europe arena and more, because I think you can also take advantage of other and future opportunities also in other programs which are around Horizon Europe. As you know, EU for Health is one for implementing research output in the health field. Digital Europe program is also one of them. You mentioned already AI use in health research, but IHI, if you want to cooperate with the private sector, with companies, namely biotech, biomed, pharmaceutical. So yeah, my first hint is, after the joy of this gathering today, there is a lot probably to think of. So remember that national contact point in all the countries in Europe could support you in also doing this screening work, screening of funding opportunities, and also help you in the dissemination of what you've been doing. I would like to say also one second thing, which today you are doing dissemination, you are creating an impact outside your circle. And it's important that not only the coordination of the project is organizing this in Italy. Of course, we are now streamed and people in other countries will watch us, but it's important that also nationally you activate as much as possible the dissemination path involving regions, involving health services in your country, because it's really important that you get in the territories as much as possible. This is something we tell all the projects which are funding research, because the contact with the territories is an important issue. And yeah, now I'm going a bit general, so I wanted to highlight some features of our project. HNN is not a research project. We are just doing support to you in different ways, and everybody can use this platform, HNN 3.0. The next slide, please. I have to do it. Oh, sorry. I thought you were changing it. So, okay, this is basically our portal, healthncp.net. On the menu, there are really a lot of services that your grant offices can use, or you, if you want to be directly involved in this search. But what is really important is that we are publishing, we have a calendar of calls for health research. So if you don't want to lose time going on the funding and tender portal, in this calendar, I can say that you find all the future calls on health. Horizon Europe, Mission Cancer. Mission Cancer is a topic for you. Digital Europe program, as I said, EU for Health, it's all there in one calendar. And we also insert events which are relevant for health research. And for example, you would find on the calendar that on the 4th of February, there will be this World Cancer Day 2025, where ADEA, the agency of DG, who's managing also Horizon Europe and other program, will organize this event. So maybe why not Revert also there to showcase what you've been doing. The event is under organization, so contacting ADEA might be an option also to be there. As you see, there are panel discussion on prevention, early detection and screening, diagnosis and treatment, so why not? So this is the calendar this is the calendar we are showing, and for today, you know that there are several other events. Actually, this afternoon, there is an event dedicated to policy outreach after your project has ended, and it will be organized by Mission Cancer people. So this afternoon, if anybody is able to connect, but I'm sure that you can also rewatch the event later on. But there was this overlap for today, unfortunately, but anyway, just to show you what you can find out there on our website. Booster, this is a new service from European Commission. I would say, okay, not new, because there was a first edition in the last 4 years, but they just relaunched it, and it's a service which is for free, because European Commission is paying for it. You can apply, and even after your project has ended, and it's a service of coaching. It's a service which is guiding you through a better impact of your project. Of course, according to your needs. It's not only about transferring technology to companies and to the market, but it can be also to have a better impact in implementing an health service in the health service system. So here the link to the health, to the booster of Horizon Europe, and the final link is on our website in Italian for our applicant. What else do we do as Health National Contact Point? If you are writing a proposal, we are developing tools which can help you in doing it better. So if you want to do it better, you can also decide to download our guidelines. We have a very nice guidelines on clinical studies. You know that when you participate to this project, you have to also write the clinical study protocol in a specific format. And we also include there some hints on how to explain and how to fill in the 6th section of the protocol study you have to fill in. So very practical work we are doing, but it's really to help the quality also of the proposal you will submit. Going a bit in the arena of the future program, as you are working on cancer, of course you have many opportunities to continue your work. You mentioned a Revert 2, and of course you will have to consider not only the health cluster in the middle, collaborative research, clinical research are mainly done there in the cluster health, but there are many other opportunities around in the program depending on how you want to continue, what you want to do. So you know that health has also 10 partnerships dealing with different areas, among them personalized medicine. EP per Med is one of the projects. IHI Innovative Health Initiative with pharma company Biomed Biotech. So that's also another partnership, public-private one. There are many more, and we will help you as a National Contact Point to screen opportunities in the 10th partnership. And you have one mission. Mission Cancer is, of course, a big target for you. So this is a bit what I wanted to advise you. So the cluster, the partnerships that you see listed there, the Mission Cancer, and there is more, but I'm not going to explain everything today. There is also the EIT, Knowledge Innovation Community Health. There is opportunities also there. And I get into synergies now, and this is also what I mentioned in the beginning. We will have to check also for you, National Contact Point, in this other program you see mentioned here. This topic were of a previous edition. As you know, now we are a bit in a preparation mode. So work program 2025 are all under preparation. I would say they are nearly ready internally at European Commission, but they will be published in May 2025. Pre-adoption will be in April, so that's the moment where everything is ready. But our advice is to look for the draft and talk to your National Contact Point, because they might be aware of what topics are in the work program 2025 for further reflection. So an anticipation, very broad, Mission Cancer 2025, it's not public at all, but these are the main lines that you will find. Translational research, environmental exposure, innovative surgery, pediatric cancer, older cancer patients. It doesn't say much, but it's a hint for you to look for content for work program 2025. As you know, Mission Cancer is dividing its job around these three pillars, and this equitable access and understand the disease basis. So what you see showed here in the colored way are the last topic, deadline September. These are under evaluation and results would be ready, I think, around December. So you know how to move, I think, into mission cancer. There would be more in probably all the 3 pillars that you see here. EU for health, it's not really my topic, I would say, but it's really more from DG Sante, and the Director Parenti mentioned also the EU for Health program. For now, there are a few topics open, I selected, and these have a deadline in January. So I would say that I hope you are already in touch with this type of topic, otherwise probably it would be kind of to be in a hurry to catch these opportunities. These are not research topics. It's really to, as you see, do training and capacity building, twinning, health communication or health literacy. It's to product public health guidelines concerning personalized cancer medicine, genomic testing, screening, and metastatic cancer management. It's really on the management and, delivering this health intervention in the public health system. So why not? These 2 topics are maybe worth a look from your group and see if these are interesting. Digital Europe program and Horizon Europe, again, these are topics which are cross-cutting digital health. They put together digital and health. So as you see, macro areas for you, I've been really broad because these are not public and they are still under, I would say, validation process internally. So also we will have a look at this. So I hope that these hints can be important in this group to really think further. And anyway, to reach your national contact point if you need help, because we know that it's really time-consuming to look for opportunities and to check if your ideas is fitting or not. These are our contact. If you want to follow this portal and this project, you will be alerted when something is happening, calls, events in the health environment. So thank you once again, and I wish you really a lot of success in this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monacore. Yes, all the information you gave us are extremely important. It will be our privilege to be contacting the group of national contact points. So this is very important. We already have done in the past, and it was successful, and we should continue doing this. And what you showed us is what we were hoping to see in the future programs, because this is the consequences. Going to the clinical practice, getting AI in the clinical setting, with clinical trials. So for us, this was a very enthusiastic project, and it will be very nice for us to see the final, the technology transfer, whatever has been done, and the AI in the clinical setting. Under control, but helping the doctors and the patients. Ok, I would say that this is, I'll go back to Italian, la prima sessione della mattinata si è conclusa. Ringrazio tutti gli intervenuti, in particolare quelli che hanno vissuto con noi questo percorso con grande entusiasmo e con grande supporto, quindi possiamo passare un attimo al coffee break, un secondo e poi andiamo e parliamo direttamente della parte più scientifica, specifica con i risultati. Grazie a tutti per l'attenzione.
Prova audio interprete.
Okay, we shall start because we are on time. We should not be too late. Tanto la presentazione dei risultati saranno fatte in inglese perché ovviamente deve essere di ampio widening, anche se c'è la traduzione simultanea, però è stato deciso di farla in inglese. Allora, quando saremo tutti, intanto vi volevo dire che la giornata di oggi, come potete vedere dal programma, che lo dico in italiano, è stata divisa in 3 round tables. La prima che riguarda, a parte l'overview di tutti i risultati che presenterò io, ma ci sarà una round table sui regulatory aspects and clinical validation, molto importante perché è stato uno dei punti diciamo di raggiungimento non così semplice, quindi è stato un bel percorso per noi, un po' complesso ma importante. La seconda round table, le seconde 2 round table che saranno invece nel pomeriggio riguardano gli altri 2 aspetti importanti del progetto, che sono l'intelligenza artificiale genomica e la exploitation di questi risultati, e ovviamente la discussione sulla parte clinica e il healthcare implementation con le associazioni dei pazienti e il potenziale, diciamo, il suo impatto sul real world. Quindi questa è stata diciamo, l'organizzazione del convegno, per cui io partirei ora, mi autopresento, parto con la overview and achievement of the Revert project, quindi mi sposto di qua così vedo meglio. No, devi prendere quell'altra, Nicola, la prima, non questa è la seconda round table. Sorry. Okay. So as soon as I will have the first one, I will be. Okay, for people who don't know me, I am the coordinator of the project, and this is we call this meeting today Pioneering Advances in Personalized Cancer Therapy. Our institute is the coordinator and the scientific coordinator of the project. Okay, this is the project that everybody was talking about, an H2020 project, the grant agreement 848098. Just for you to know, Revert is an acronym derived from Targeted Therapy for Advanced Colorectal Cancer Patients. Okay, this is, of course, we responded to a call, which was the topic, System Approaches for the Discovery of Combinatorial Therapy for Complex Disorders. And this is, of course, the program H2020, 2018-2020, Health, Demographic Change and Well-being. What is important, our consortium involved many excellent EU research institutes, SME, as well as several certified biobanks in different countries. Was already mentioned, there are 6 countries, Italy, Spain, Germany, Romania, Luxembourg, and Sweden, to ensure access to a large amount of data and involvement of numerous clinical centers, which were important for the clinical trial, which was going to be at the end. But just to be fair, I would like to present all the centers that have been involved. There are 25 centers total. San Raffaele is the coordinator, and then there is Azienda ASL Veneto Orientale, Promise. Promise was the starting point for us. It's called Progetto Mattone Internazionale della Ricerca. Is a network between Ministry of Health and at the same time regions. So Malmö University, Genix Pro, Malmö University and Umeå University from Sweden, Genix Pro and BAM from Germany, as well as Biovariance, Genix Pro and Biovariance at USMES. Fondación Universitaria Sant'Antonio and Regional Institute is from Spain. Regional Institute of Oncology is from Romania. Luxembourg Institute of Health, of course, is Luxembourg. Imago Mall, it's very difficult for me to read in Romanian. It is a very important cluster in Romania, including a lot of different companies and University Institute of Research. Some of them are part of this, like Università Tecnica Gheorghe Sashi, Ramsoft as SME, Spiritual Clinic, Urgenza dello Spiridon, we call him Spiridon because it's easier, and Central Euroclinic, We have also other centers, Servicio Murcián de Salud, Fundación para la Formación de Investigación de FFIS, this is from Spain, Olomedia d'Asme from Italy, UNITOV is Università degli Studi di Roma Tor Vergata, which is also the coordinator of a joint research unit, including several other centers like the Medical Oncology Operational Unit of the University of Palermo, Azienda Ospedaliera Universitaria Paolo Giaccone, and the Medical Oncology Operational Unit of the same University of Tor Vergata, Istituto per la Prevenzione e la Rete Oncologica in Florence, ISPRO, Università degli Studi di Firenze, which is as well as in the JRU, and Local Health Unit 3 Serenissima, which was at the time the biobank present in Venice. And of course, there is also from the same university, the CLAC is the Center for Language and Knowledge, and the IT portion of the University of Tor Vergata. So 25 centers, and I thought it was important that each one of them should be mentioned, because the results are part of main big collaboration among all these groups. And when we were talking about multidisciplinary, this was our approach. There are 4 areas important, the 3 of them: innovative lab technologies, ICT, AI expert, data management, clinical centers for a clinical study, and of course dissemination. And one point was privacy and cybersecurity. And that was already mentioned in the project when beginning, the starting of the project, at the writing of the project. We wanted to have a support by a major company or a group, expert in this, which was for us BDO at the time, following side by side to be compliant with all the regulations, the point like GDPR and then 745. So this is the way it was organized. And these are, of course, as Dr. Parenti was saying, multidisciplinarity structure was a key point. Healthcare practitioners, AI developers, national bodies, patients and citizens, and across domain. Actually, we were sort of anticipating what was going to be written in Europe beating cancer. So very nice. We were very happy about this. And this is based on integration of artificial intelligence into the healthcare system. And our main project was which was the challenge, trying to understand at system level the pathophysiology of colorectal cancer, metastatic colorectal cancer, in patients responding poorly or well to therapies. And this is in order to design an optimal strategy for colorectal cancer, metastatic colorectal cancer on a case-by-case basis with therapeutic intervention modulated depending on patient's feature. So main target, to develop an improved and innovative model of combinatorial therapy based on a personalized medicine approach that identifies the most efficient and cost-effective therapeutic intervention for patients with unresectable metastatic colorectal cancer. To reach this goal, Revert was aimed to build an innovative artificial intelligent AI-based decision support system using a network of biobanks and experience and the real-world data of several general hospitals operating in the EU healthcare system. This was the first page of the main important points for the Revert project. This was the organization, 3 areas: developmental activities, application, and dissemination. Today, we are very glad and happy that we are in the phase of dissemination and exploitation of the results. But at the beginning, we had to first harmonize the data. We had to train the AI system to do retrospective studies, to be able to reach then an application in preclinical AI predictor validation and prospective clinical study. Of course, Work Package 7 was dissemination, as today is one important point for them. So, to reach this goal, the project used an information system we call Revert platform that collected and harmonized data and consists of 2 main components. The Revert database actually is the data lake, and the Revert AI software system, which include a lot of different systems developed by 4 different centers. The Revert software, what is important, the system guarantees data integrity, which is the main point, privacy management, compliance with the GDPR. And we beneficiaries national regulations, because we're a little different in some small portions, and with the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. Okay, this was a summary, graphical summary of the European, all the data included in the Revert data lake and the Revert platform with the AI and the predictive system, trained and validated preclinical studies. One important point was how to build the data, how to share the data, where to collect them. It was a very major discussion, and we end up at the end with going to be one of the points of the round table. We decided to use a cloud, which was the safest one for us for the certification and the cybersecurity. And these are sort of, I would say, a graphical representation of what is the project design for Revert. We said, okay, we will perform retrospective studies, which one I go? Don't see where is the light. Okay, it's okay. Okay, retrospective studies, but to do this, we needed to have real-world data from biobank and from clinical centers. So the retrospective studies were used, and all this data to train the artificial intelligence system. But at the same time, this was to have a predictive, so this is called DSS, Decision Support System. But at the same time, we were saying, no, we have already a lot of data, no? But we should also have new data, because we had biobanks. So we went also to next generation sequences, molecularly imprinted polymers, and tumor organoids to have a parallel system in vitro that could be sort of comparison, or also maybe in the future a substitute of a clinical trial. So this was the idea. Now, this was the first one of these, let's say, parallel area. Unfortunately, Professor Novelli had to leave, otherwise it was a gene mutation-based algorithm for prediction of treatment response in colorectal cancer patients. Let's see the four Kaplan-Meier you see the one in A, you see that there was a good distinguishing between who responded very well to treatment, who did not respond to treatment. So while the other three are they were not able to distinguish among these two populations. So I'm going to just give a very brief summary, but this is the ML-based 7-gene algorithm, which consists of mutation profile of 7 genes, KRAS, BRAF, RBB2, MAP2, K1, TSCC2, TP53, APC, show a statistical significant accuracy as a classifier to distinguish between patient responder versus non-responders. First-line treatment. And now this is just one spot, but this can also be further developed as a biomarker model for prediction of treatment response in these patients. But which were the biggest challenge at the beginning? These two challenges, GDPR and the 745, which made our life a little difficult at the beginning because we were not aware of those. The GDPR, yes. The 745 for us was a surprise. We knew about them, but it was difficult for us as a medical doctor, researcher, AI people, or let's say, to really deal with it because it was just a new one. Of course, we followed the GDPR, and this is data integrity. All these principles were followed. And then I was saying we were following also these two, the AI ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, which was published in 2019. And also we were aware about the regulation of 745, so our lawyers, which were helping us writing the paper, the grant application, they say, let's consider all the documents, any kind of steps that it was going to be in this regulation, because sooner or later this one also will be enforced also in Italy. So this is, but at the same time in 2021, so we were at the beginning of this big story regarding the regulatory issues. The AI Act was just mentioned in sort of dreaming at that time, not really completely written. But everybody was talking, and we were seeing pieces coming up like this one from WHO. WHO, let's say, one important point, and we agree 100% in this, among the 6 principles to ensure AI works for public interest in all countries, humans should remain in control of healthcare system and medical decisions. And we are perfectly in agreement with this, and as a matter of fact, this afternoon, when there's going to be the clinical trial and the application, the clinical setting, we will have also a lawyer explaining which is the importance this regarding medical responsibility of this. So there are many aspects that are still discussing and debating. But for sure, of course, ensuring transparency, explainability, intelligibility, responsibility, equity. So since we were following the ethical guidelines and the 745 documentation, let's say, no, all the documents, we were already on with this one. We already were thinking about having transparency, explainability, also because we wanted to have that portion. We will not be able to take a decision unless we know why we are taking that decision, because we have to be scienza e coscienza, which is also understandable everywhere in the world. So to be scienza, I need to know. Coscienza, I need to think about, and then my knowledge will tell me, yes, I should do this. So I would say that we were already on this one. How we approach this in the Revert project? To give the trustable of the AI to the physician asks explainable AI. And explainable AI not only for clinicians, at that time we were thinking about clinicians, but then working on this area, which we were one of the first one in Europe starting this, we realized that we needed to have also the trust of the patient. So this is a very important point, because everybody is talking about artificial intelligence as a monster. While they don't know that, the publicity, it's very easy to say terrible, it's sort of impressive. So the media are describing artificial intelligence in some cases as a very dangerous thing. In the clinical health, in the clinical setting, will be very, very helpful. So we have to gain the trust of physician, and if it's explainable and ethic, it's okay. And we have to gain also the trust of the patient. And this is going to be a very big, in our opinion, we need to do a lot of information, correct information. So this approach that get into explainable AI, at that time no one had this, everybody was talking about black boxes. You have to know this, that's it, nobody can explain. So the first approach was towards the interpretability of machine learning predictions for medical applications, which was the beginning, but then we finally went to evaluating explainable machine learning models for clinicians. And this, of course, was published this year, but the results obtained at the beginning, okay, of 2 years before. Now, as I was saying, to get the trust of the physician, we wanted to have explainable AI. But then someone had a very, very, I would say, genial idea, saying in diagnostic many times we have more than one marker, more than one molecule to have the idea and the diagnosis of one disease. Why shall we use only one algorithm? We have 4 of them, let's have 4 algorithms working together. So this is going to be multi-party responsibility sharing, we call this one. It was a great idea from Fabio Massimo Zanzotto, AI algorithms. So this is what really gave the trust also to the medical doctor. I'm not going to explain this one, but you will see there are 4 different algorithms, and the final response is the one that is going to give you based on the color, which is the best treatment that should be considered for the patient. So, and this is really a new approach that no one has used so far, at least in our knowledge. But at the same time, we said that it's very difficult because we had to have people who are ready to, clinical center, patients can arrive and can be Saturday, can be Sunday, can be any time. So to have one app that can give you all this information, so you insert all this information that we needed, instead checking the 4 centers, which was not easy to have all the 4 centers aligned at the same time. this app was connecting and giving the results to the doctor. So this is another exploitable results, independent of which one is going to be the algorithm that we're going to use. At this point, we went to finally the time of we discussing with the AI people. We were fighting sometimes among us because it was not easy at the beginning to understand each other. But when we finally saw the results, I remember it was 11 o'clock in the night, the discussion, it was a huge discussion, 15 days almost. We finally saw this result, how they can approach and they can give us the information. They say tomorrow the clinical science can start. We wanted to be sure, all of the clinical centers wanted to be sure to have exactly the information they needed and they could understand why. So that was the beginning of the clinical trial. So we had, this was the design, pre-retrospective clinical study for us was to train and validate the algorithm, to have the information, to go to the clinical application. This is a proof of concept. We are not going to say it's a pre-marketing validation multicentric clinical trial. As I was saying at the beginning, for us was important to start saying instead should do, could do, is potentially useful. Let's see if we can use this in a clinical setting, even little, not huge, but multicentric, otherwise we will not have any force regarding statistical support. If we can change something, because if this is the case, then we can say, and what we are going to say, the results achieved are highly encouraging as they demonstrate that the use of AI-based multi-party decision support system, I like this one, Fabio, model led to a significant improvement in progression-free survival 1, thus demonstrating that the use of AI can aid in the treatment of decision in colorectal cancer patients. And this was the first question. What makes some people with a resectable metastatic colorectal cancer respond well to treatment and others do not? The answer, now we can give the answer. The Revert project proved that metastatic colorectal cancer patients can benefit from targeted therapy that incorporates predictive medicine and AI. So this is the most important conclusions. And of course, this is the picture of the kickoff meeting, and now we will pair this one with the final meeting, and it's going to be for us a very important day today because we are really delivering all our best results. So thank you very much for your attention. Okay. There are any comments? Please, this is a very important day. Okay? We had already discussed this a lot along even yesterday. So was to us today is just the dissemination of our information to the public, the territory, the people are connected, the institution. And of course, I didn't go deeply in the results because these are going to be described better, but still in dissemination way. It's not going to be technically too highly because otherwise people will not understand. We would like to give the message, which are the results that can be useful in the territory and in translational medicine. And I would say that at this point we can open the round table, which mi puoi dare, the first one is going to be on regulatory issues. And then there's going to be a very short story, more technical this time, to give the, I would say, the knowledge of the people who are connected, how difficult it was for us, which was the first time we were facing this many different regulations. So regulatory aspect and clinical validation. Okay, as I was saying, challenges. GDPR was a real challenge, believe me. GDPR was not so difficult, but the 745 was for us a sort of new discovery, something like this. We could not understand 100%. So based on these two portions, I was saying we were following the documents, but we were not still so aware about that the artificial intelligence, the software, was a medical device. And that was the major discussion. We were saying, how can be a software a medical device? Now you think about a medical device, a syringe or something like this. And then we realized that based on this regulation, our software, our algorithm, was a medical device class 2A. A discussion with the person that is today in the room was very important. Thank also Dr. Calamea and Dr. Grigioni were the two, let's say, the two representation, the Ministry of Health and ISS, the NIH, the competent authority and the technical authority that were following us and trying to explain to us that that was a medical device. For them was difficult. But then really, I would say that we had a very strong support, and I would like to thank them for being here today, but mostly for being there at that time with us, because they really followed us, supported us, and explained not only to our group, which was new. I remember the discussion with all the group and the II people, the medical doctors. How is it going to be a software, a medical device? We cannot understand this. However, that was also important for the European Commission. It was important also for them to know and to have all the information that Dr. Calamea gently wrote to them, explaining which was the situation, that the clinical trial had to be changed in the pre-marketing, because that one is a medical device. It's not anymore a clinical trial classified as normally the EMA will do. So that was an important passage, an important step, and also the people at the Commission really thanked Dr. Calamea for his instructions, because those were important for us, but very important also for them. Remember that it was 5 years ago. It's not. Today it would be much easier because everybody's talking about medical device, blah, blah. But at that time, we were the first ones saying, can you imagine, Mario, this is a medical device. How can it be? But it was really, so we went through, we read all the, and they explained to us. So it was very important to have the institution very nicely supporting the researcher people. So thank you again, Dr. Calamea, and the institution you represented at that time and today. So, again, we went to explainable AI, that was important, but let's see what we have done. GDPR. Of course, the most important point were followed. We did first risk assessment mitigation plan. At the beginning, we say, okay, that was followed by specific and specialized lawyers and specialized cybersecurity people. Then we had what we called the data management plan. The data management plan was very detailed, highly supportive with the risk assessment, risk treatment monitoring, blah, blah, blah. At the end, we had follow-up, the data management plan was supported. But just consider myself, one day I was talking with these cybersecurity people, they say, we need to do a penetration test. So what do you mean, penetration test? What does this? And I didn't know that now, because these are new terminology. Now everybody knows about it, but that time we were, now the first time they say it must be a joke. No, it's not a joke. It's a ethical hacker. So they're trying to get into your system, and if your system resists at least 3 times, that is a good one. So there is a specific test that the certified companies will do for you to check if your platform is secure. And that's what we have done. That was really fantastic. So data management plan. Of course, the main important portion, I'm not going to go through that. I wanted just to give you the approach, the ether of this. Of course, data we'll have to manage during the project, regulations, data security, FAIR principle. FAIR principle was not easy because, okay, no, first of all, choice of several is important. Because normally they tell you that not only is important the security, but also it's important the cost. They must be sustainable for a long time. And this is why we end up that the best one, instead having a server inside the institution and all the data inside our server, was going to be much safer to have this in a cloud. Certified, much less expensive, with all the certification and cybersecurity approach. We also tested those one, by the way. So, but then, okay, the procedure of data sharing was also a very big, important step, because we had to harmonize the data before the import. And then we decided to use the platform, making everyone secure and also sort of neutral. Is something that everybody belongs to, and everybody participated to do this one. So this is the, let's say, architecture. Security measures, as I was saying, were very important, and we did all this one using the risk assessment with the most modern technology used based on compliance, ISO 27001 certification. Of course, these were also done during time in constant vulnerability assessment. The vulnerability assessment with the famous penetration test, ensuring privacy by design at every stage, application of international security standards, use of encryption formats, calculation of the hash of records, mapping and risk analysis of the entire data use cycle. So that was something that for us medical doctors, scientists, biochemical people, engineering, computational engineer, okay, was something not easy to understand completely 100%. We knew about that, and now we knew pseudonymization, encryption. Some of them was already new, but so in detail no, because this was something different for us. Joint controller agreement, the FAIR principle, we knew about, but was with that at that time was just a possibility, was not obliged by the European Commission. So the Commission said, if you would like to join to see how this was going. And just to give you one important point, that was the main discussion. I'm just giving you the story of this, all this huge portion that is not small. We say we apply to FAIR principle, but one point is important. In the consent we had for retrospective data, no one thought about at that time to ask the permission for open access of the data. Now, open access is today. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, no one thought about open access. It was something not even in the dreaming. So we said as open as possible, as close as necessary. If you see today the Commission, you see that now you are using this one. Because we went there and I said, we cannot have them open. Because there is one article of the GDPR that states that I must be, if the donor, because the data are belonging to the patient or to the donor, if this person will ask me, how did you use the data? I must be able to say at any time. But if I put them open, I will lose this control. So since we don't have this portion thought about at the beginning, we are going to say are going to be available, reusable, but upon request, so we will know exactly what they are going to do with the data. So we will follow completely 100% the request by the GDPR. So as open as possible, as close as necessary, that was an important point. But when we went to the, let's say, to the people in Brussels, they had to say, yes, we agree, it's true, we should do, you can do, I have to be compliant. Then we can do anything you like, but of course, for project research, you ask us, there's going to be a committee, we can reuse the data, absolutely will be our first, let's say, home, okay? Data protection, DPIA, now everybody knows. We say DPIA, what is this? So it's fantastic. So it was very funny, okay, I'm not going to go through this, was the approach, very important. Everything was done by professionals, supporting us in this sort of, say, ITER, okay? Step by step, we were following the instruction. And then we reached the joint controller agreement, which was really, that was a nightmare. Because we had to deal with 15 different DPOs, one is present here, and I will tell you that is not so easy because each one, of course, different is not only because there are 15 different people. It's because there are 15 different, sometimes, approach. And I would like to show you, okay, this one, this was the 745, Autorità Competente in Italy, Ministry of Health, so it's important. This was the Decreto Legislativo on August 2022, where this medical devices, the regulation 745 got enforced. And this is the indication that the Ministry of Health gave us and explained to us also, by the way, time by time. We will really follow step by step. And again, it's important, of course, the ethical committee must have given it. This is the approach in Italy, but let me show this important point. Okay, the regulation 745 is valid for all the member states. But they say the enforcing of this, say the actual practice and the surveillance of the market will be the mandate will be given to the specific member state. So we will not have the same approach in all the member states, which in the European project can be a problem. And we face this problem. So these are response for the application, the regulation. They should supposed to now to be to take under control the dispositivi medici, okay, blah blah. But then let me show this, which is in Italian because this is an Italian, let's say, search I've done. Okay. In Italy, Ministry of Health as a competent authority. Germany, Istituto Federal Institution for Drugs and Medical Devices. France, National Agency for the Security of the Drugs and the Health Products. Spain, Agency for Drugs and Health Products. Paesi Bassi, Belgium, and they are Ispettorato per la Sanità e la Gioventù. Now I am going to try to translate this. Inspectorate for the Health and the Young People. That's fun. So, but this is giving us, I was making the point, we have the same regulation in our member states. Let's say something. Italy was one of the first one who was following this and helped these researchers. The other member states have different approaches. And this is very difficult for a project that is still in the research area. And we should have, we are going to first of finalize this report, showing the community how we approach this, but also giving a very important message. We should have for European project, where you see at least 3 or 4 different member states, in this case 6 member states. We should have the same template. We should have the same information. In this case, it would be very important if the European Commission will give the directive saying, use A, B, C, D, E. That's it, because it's experimental. It's research. Otherwise, we'll get lost. And it's going to take us too much time. We lose a lot of time just trying to understand which are the differences. Or we spend a lot of money to have consultancy, because you need to have lawyers here, a lot of them, experts in all different pieces, from cybersecurity to data sharing, open access, and then going to 745 different approaches. So it's a lot of work that is important, but if we will have the same template, it will be much easier. So I think I finished with this one, because it was the last portion, and I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Mauro Grigioni. Dr. Mauro Grigioni was the director of the innovative technologies at the public health at the National Institute of Health at the time. He was the person. Please sit down, you can come in here. And then Dr. Pietro Calamea, the director official number 6 for medical devices. He was the one who really saved our mind also, beside this. And then our DPO, our avvocato, Valerio Lubello, who followed us as well, as a little babies. We were sort of babies, and they were bringing us in this long ether. So I would thank you, and I would like to ask you the first question to... may I have the questions? No, that one. Grazie. Sorry, I didn't bring with me. So we had discussed this point, it was very important. So I would like to ask Mauro. Okay, this is what we started this one 5 years ago altogether. What is the evolution today of qual è l'evoluzione? Let's talk in Italian because this is going to be much easier, so I'll switch in Italian. So. Qual è l'evoluzione, dottor Grigioni, della normativa che parte da un software e arriva al medical device con l'intelligenza artificiale oggi, rispetto a quello che abbiamo visto noi? Perché
certo, è un pezzo di vita.
Sì.
Allora, intanto grazie per l'invito e per questa possibilità, visto che ci siamo conosciuti all'inizio del progetto e ci rivediamo alla fine, in maniera, diciamo, con tanto successo, il che ovviamente è positivo. Ma quando ho conosciuto la dottoressa Guadagni, in effetti eravamo in un momento di transizione di molta parte regolatoria. Il software era stato già definito all'interno del framework regolatorio della Commissione europea nella direttiva 2007/47 ed è il software dispositivo medico. Perché? Il software è sostanzialmente un insieme di istruzioni date a un programma su un calcolatore, spesso fa calcoli. In questo caso, quindi, traduce delle informazioni d'ingresso in qualche altra informazione in uscita, differente da quella d'ingresso. Finché fa questo lo che possiamo chiamare banalmente software, algoritmo, che viene da Al-Khwarizmi, un matematico arabo. Non è un termine, algoritmo non ha un significato in sé, gliel'abbiamo dato nei secoli in qualche modo. Però perché diventa dispositivo medico? Perché chi lo ha pensato o lo usa sui dati, sulle informazioni di un paziente. E quelle informazioni che sono state elaborate, e a noi questo termine magari ci aiuta di più, in qualche modo servono o per la diagnosi o per la cura. Ecco perché diventa un dispositivo medico. Noi conoscevamo dispositivi medici, se volete, come sostituti protesici. Erano oggetti utilizzati sul paziente per una cura. Oppure un banale ECG è un oggetto, un elettromedicale, che fornisce delle informazioni sul paziente, sullo stato del paziente. E così tutta la diagnostica per immagini. Poi tutte queste informazioni vengono utilizzate per una terapia sul paziente. Oggi si parla di terapia digitale e ho visto una slide che me le ha ricordate, quella con la app, col telefonino. Quindi avete anche avuto una visione di un oggetto che in genere è considerato un'app, quasi un giocattolo, e invece ha un percorso complesso. Anche questo, lo voglio sottolineare, è un aspetto di questo mondo multiforme dei dispositivi medici. Detto questo, nel 2007 era già stato stabilito questo, ma abbiamo capito, quando ci siamo incontrati, ma ovviamente non solo con voi, come istituto noi siamo una delle spalle, la spalla tecnico-scientifica che dà anche informazioni o pareri al Ministero della Salute quando richiesti, e quindi noi vediamo tante tecnologie tanto diverse. In quest'ambito, per fortuna, si emettono linee guida di interpretazione delle direttive. Nel passato, nel 2009, erano usciti i primi smartphone, tutte le app sugli smartphone, e uscirono delle linee guida per classificare e fare sperimentazione clinica sui software, ed erano le linee guida MedDev, ma erano molto orientate all'aspetto telemedico che doveva nascere in quel momento. Sappiamo che ci abbiamo messo un po' di anni. In realtà, quando ho conosciuto la dottoressa Guadagni, era appena stato promulgato l'MDR 2017-745 e, per nostra fortuna di tutti, nel 2019 ci si rende conto che bisogna dare delle interpretazioni più verticali, cioè più focalizzate sulle varie classi di dispositivi medici, e per il software nel 2019 esce un documento del Medical Device Coordination Group sulla qualificazione e la classificazione. Questo era stato l'oggetto delle prime discussioni con la dottoressa Guadagni. Qualificare il software significa posizionare quell'idea progettuale correttamente in un ambito regolatorio, cioè legale, corretto, con tutti gli attori. Ma nel caso della ricerca questo non era così immediato. Se io ho un fabbricante è molto più facile, no? È individuato molto bene e posso andare avanti più speditamente. E questo era un primo problema che abbiamo poi, diciamo, condiviso, no? Con il Ministero della Salute, cioè l'autorità competente per quanto riguarda la Commissione. Poi c'è il problema della classificazione. Tutta la regolamentazione dei dispositivi medici nasce negli anni 90, all'inizio degli anni 90, basata sul risk analysis di una tecnologia. Non c'è nessun atto medico che non ha un rischio, ma con la tecnologia c'è in mezzo qualcosa che può mediare quei rischi, può complicarli, oppure diciamo renderli meno evidenti o meno importanti, ma comunque sono i rischi che dobbiamo valutare perché quella tecnologia sia usata in modo sicuro dal personale sanitario, tipicamente medici e infermieri. Bene, allora da questo punto di vista questo concetto, allora risk analysis, diventato risk management, diventa fondante di tutte le attività. Se voglio certificare un prodotto, il risk management è un punto essenziale, perché essendo management implica che anche dopo la certificazione, cioè durante l'uso, quel prodotto, scusate, non so, vedo qualcuno che forse soffre è l'impatto col microfono, no? Quel prodotto deve essere continuamente sorvegliato dal fabbricante e dalle istituzioni competenti e si devono apportare eventualmente ulteriori mitigazioni dei rischi che non è stato possibile mitigare o prevenire prima. Nel caso del software, questa cosa, la parola security, era stata utilizzata come security by design già nelle norme 17.000 della ISO tantissimi anni addietro. Io ricordo andai a Napoli a discutere l'inizio del fascicolo sanitario elettronico e parlavo di questo a un consesso di esperti che poi lo hanno messo in piedi, ma stiamo parlando di veramente tanti anni fa, il primo decreto sull'FSE. Quindi c'è una cultura del software che era quasi pronta, ma comprenderlo all'interno del regolamento non era così immediato. Poi sono usciti documenti correlati, sempre dal Medical Device Coordination Group, con la sperimentazione clinica, ma generalmente molto correlati con la visione tradizionale, cioè il fabbricante che va in un certo numero di centri, c'è lo sponsor e così via. E quindi rispetto a questo contesto di ricerca, effettivamente molti degli assunti che deriviamo dalla parte regolatoria non è detto che fossero stati assorbiti a livello culturale. Abbiamo fatto tanti corsi, ma adesso sta avvenendo molto più a galla tutto questo, grazie sia alla parte telemedica che all'AI. Va notato che l'AI era stato concepito all'interno dell'MDR, ma soltanto grazie al fatto che c'era già un impianto sui software regolatorio e si andava a riallargare la classe di rischio possibile. Tu hai parlato della 2A, la prima versione ci diceva che un software aveva necessità di essere su una piattaforma alimentata da una sorgente e quindi in qualche modo o era 2A o era classe prima, quindi tutto a basso rischio. Ma nel caso dell'AI questo discorso non era possibile portarlo avanti e oggi abbiamo tutte le classi coinvolte dai software a seconda di che cosa comporta l'uso di quella tecnologia e in che contesto. Questi sono due aspetti che ritroviamo in tutte le classificazioni e sono fondamentali. E a questo punto è partito un altro momento, un altro criterio informatore, che era il fatto che l'AI viene utilizzata ovunque e i problemi di gestione dei dati dei software nel caso dell'AI esplodono sia nella fase preliminare, cioè l'addestramento, sia nella fase post, per la trasparenza, per l'etica e tutto questo, che comunque potevano essere letti nella base risk management di questi dispositivi medici, ma non erano completamente esplicitati. Ci ha aiutato il GDPR per una parte, e l'AI-Act ci aiuta anche per quelli che non sono dispositivi medici, ma nel caso dei dispositivi medici ha esplicitato, cito appunto, direi una sola cosa, quella che viene chiamata la governance dei dati. È obbligo di costruire questa gestione e di mantenerla. Anche qui c'è un ciclo di vita, perché questi software possono evolvere e evolvendo dovranno rientrare e riuscire correttamente dalla regolamentazione dei dispositivi medici, e nello stesso tempo tutti gli aspetti di etica, trasparenza che hai citato sono richiesti ormai in maniera diciamo cogente. Ecco, vi ho rifatto un attimo un pezzo di storia culturale di una cultura che si è evoluta dagli anni 90 in poi e che ci ha permesso però di avere oggi delle tecnologie utilizzate con confidenza di aver mitigato per la maggior parte i rischi o di avere gli strumenti per farlo. E questo era un punto importante. Certamente noi, diciamo, dell'Istituto Superiore di Sanità, potevamo essere un momento di consulenza anche informativa, se non formativa, e di parere, però a questo punto esistono, come hai citato giustamente, le procedure che permettono la legalizzazione attiva, l'operatività della regolamentazione, che sono giustamente detenute dall'autorità competente in Europa e che per l'Italia è il Ministero della Salute. Spero di aver dato un quadro
Grazie
utile.
Mauro. Colgo anche l'occasione, bravissimo, grazie. Hai fatto una storia del nostro anche percorso mentale, perché è stato difficile. Se non ci avessimo avuto i supporter tecnologici e anche di esperienza avremmo fatto difficoltà a comprendere. Vorrei presentare il professor Cassano, Giuseppe Cassano, eccolo, prego, se pensavamo fosse in remoto, invece cortesemente è venuto di persona con grande piacere, ve lo presento. Il professor Cassano è il direttore di ESG of the European School of Economics, Innovation, Internet and AI. Benvenuto, grazie per la presenza, è stata una bellissima sorpresa questa per noi tutti, grazie mille. Allora, vorrei continuare perché c'è l'iter, no? Istituto, Ministero della Salute, adesso farò una domanda al dottor Calamea. Il dottor Calamea, che ci ha veramente seguito passo passo, cosa potrebbe dire a noi ricercatori oggi sulla scia dell'esperienza fatta da noi in primis e anche da voi, perché sono percorsi che abbiamo fatto insieme e poi voi non l'avrete fatto solo con noi. Per noi è stata una importante esperienza, però cosa potrebbe suggerire ai ricercatori per affrontare queste difficoltà, che questo è un messaggio che potrebbe essere molto importante per chi ci ascolta, quindi come dovrebbero affrontarlo? Grazie.
Grazie, innanzitutto grazie per l'invito e grazie per i ringraziamenti che sono anche non così meritati come perché noi siamo appunto autorità competente e quindi in quanto tale dobbiamo sostenere il cammino verso approcci corretti. E al di là di quella che è la necessità di comprendere che un software che ha uno scopo medico è un dispositivo medico, si tratta di far comprendere perché ci troviamo e ci dobbiamo trovare consapevolmente ad applicare una regola che sembra fatta per altre esigenze, cioè al ricercatore che ha una finalità clinica. La regola su dei prodotti che devono stare su un mercato sembra stretta, però la regola non è semplicemente una regola per dei prodotti che devono stare su un mercato, per dei prodotti industriali che devono stare su un mercato. È una regola che dice che quando c'è lo scopo medico, la tecnologia
deve rispondere a dei requisiti di sicurezza e prestazione. E questi requisiti di sicurezza e prestazione, che tutelano il paziente innanzitutto, ma anche gli utilizzatori, sono requisiti che devono sussistere fin dalla fase di progettazione e di produzione e devono sussistere sotto la responsabilità di qualcuno, perché è una regola nella quale l'innovazione è favorita grazie all'assunzione di responsabilità che fanno i fabbricanti. I fabbricanti non sono quelli che hanno una fabbrica, i fabbricanti sono quelli che assegnano a un oggetto tecnologico una destinazione d'uso medica e quindi vogliono mettere a disposizione di tutti, indipendentemente da finalità industriale e commerciale, a disposizione di tutti degli oggetti che realizzano un fine medico. Quindi la regola è molto stringente proprio perché serve per un campo produttivo importante, però la finalità è molto più alta, molto più ampia, e partire con un approccio corretto rispetto ai requisiti che deve avere una tecnologia complessa significa inquadrare lo studio che si fa non solo nell'ambito di un fine clinico, ma nell'ambito del corretto mezzo per perseguire il fine clinico. Altrimenti tutta la tesi clinica verrebbe poi a dover ripartire per quello che riguarda lo strumento da usare, e in realtà lo strumento si sta già usando. Quindi è un unicum che si deve sviluppare, quello del progetto clinico e del progetto tecnologico, secondo quella che è una richiesta che, ripeto, non serve tanto ad avere la tutela del mercato, serve ad avere, oltre che la tutela del mercato, la sicurezza dei pazienti. Sicurezza che nel caso dell'intelligenza artificiale, ma di tutti i software, non è, come stavamo dicendo, semplicemente la sicurezza rispetto a un rischio fisico. Prestazioni, quelle che devono essere perseguite, che non sono semplicemente generiche capacità di fornire un output. Se si vuole una capacità predittiva, un output affidabile da un punto di vista statistico, clinico, e si vuole raggiungere questo tutelandosi e minimizzando i rischi che non sono quelli fisici, ma sono quelli legati alla protezione dei dati, che sono quelli legati alla tutela dei diritti personali. Ci sono delle regole da seguire e il regolamento dei dispositivi nella sua generalità riassorbe per esempio anche il rispetto dei requisiti sulla sicurezza dei dati e tutto questo deve far parte di un approccio che guarda non come un vincolo ma come una risorsa alla regolamentazione sui dispositivi medici. Poi, se posso permettere un'ultima considerazione, nel momento in cui parliamo di intelligenza artificiale è vero che il progetto parte pensando all'obiettivo clinico finale, però ricordiamoci che c'è prima una fase di addestramento, poi una fase di validazione che restano nell'ambito preclinico nel quale è corretto avere presente che bisogna ragionare nella logica del dispositivo, ma nel quale per fortuna ancora non c'è bisogno di tutta quella documentazione che serve per affrontare uno studio che sia un'indagine clinica. Quindi si tratta di presentare correttamente i propri obiettivi di ricerca in maniera da commisurare lo sforzo di produzione documentale rispetto a quello che è anche di procedura amministrativa rispetto a quello che è necessario in quel momento.
Grazie, questo è importante, quindi il suggerimento che ci avevano dato noi all'epoca i nostri consulenti legali di dire comunque seguitelo l'approccio perché è un percorso corretto e che vi tutelerà nel futuro perché sarete compliant già fin da ora al massimo delle nostre possibilità, ovviamente, anche se era uno studio piccolo, non è che volevamo cambiare il mondo, volevamo soltanto essere compliant, che era fondamentale, quindi è uno suggerimento corretto. Però mi piace molto il suo suggerimento che vorrei stressare. Noi abbiamo, diciamo, incontrato, dovuto fare un grande sforzo documentale, comunque anche mentale all'epoca, per affrontare lo studio clinico, perché era previsto all'interno del progetto. Quindi quando è andata al comitato etico, ovviamente il comitato etico ha contattato il ministero, quindi c'è stato un percorso correttissimo, ma effettivamente se avessimo diviso tutta la parte preclinica rispetto alla parte clinica sarebbe stato forse semplificato, quindi la parte preclinica non sarebbe stata, cioè in realtà la parte preclinica è soltanto un problema, cioè un problema consensi informatici DPR, ma si ferma lì. Ho capito bene, quindi gli studi che sono solo preclinici, prima di affiancarli allo studio andrebbero divisi in maniera tale che si possano fare prima tutte le prove, ho capito giusto? E in maniera tale che si arriva alla richiesta dello studio clinico con tutti i documenti già fatti, perché se no andiamo con metà delle cose non fatte e si blocca. Grazie, è un suggerimento molto importante, grazie dottor Calamè. Allora, adesso vorrei fare una domanda, poi ci sarà un altro giro sperando di avere il tempo, al dottor Lubello, il nostro DPO. L'avvocato Lubello è un supporto importante in un'istituzione, soprattutto se lavora con te e non sta soltanto a fare l'avvocato, come in questo caso, lavora con noi passo passo. Recentemente c'è stato un aggiornamento a livello di direttive italiane per quanto riguarda gli studi retrospettivi. Ce lo può accennare, che sia per tutti quanti gli IRC, se lo può accennare alla nostra audience, che è un fatto importante a livello nazionale?
Sì, sostanzialmente grazie anzitutto per la bella accoglienza, è un piacere essere qua. Partiamo dai dati retrospettivi, poi arriviamo alle novità legislative, perché qui c'è da fare una premessa, cioè vale a dire oggi abbiamo visto declinato in tanti modi dal punto di vista del trattamento dei dati personali uno dei principi cardine di tutta la disciplina del GDPR e ancora prima in parte della direttiva cosiddetta madre, e cioè vale a dire il principio dell'accountability. Che cosa significa? Significa che la strada non è tracciata ex ante, e a maggior ragione non lo era nel 2020 con il regolamento privacy che è entrato in vigore nel 2018. E quindi accountability significa poter e saper valutare se stessi e alla luce delle valutazioni fatte tracciare la strada. E qui gli interventi di stamattina ci hanno dato un panorama che per chi si occupa di questi temi dal punto di vista giuridico è Disneyland praticamente. Dati retrospettivi, intelligenza artificiale e trasferimento tecnologico. Quindi definire la frontiera è poco, e applicare un principio di autovalutazione di fronte a queste che chiamerei a tutti gli effetti sfide dal punto di vista regolatorio di compliance non è stato un gioco facile e immediato. E arriviamo ai dati retrospettivi. Che cosa significa? Significa andare a ripescare dati di altri progetti, dati che per qualche ragione stanno già nei nostri silos informativi. Ovviamente sono un patrimonio, non c'è bisogno di ribadirlo, però dobbiamo fare i conti con l'altro principio del regolamento privacy, cioè vale a dire quello del consenso. Dobbiamo poter trattare i dati con il consenso informato dei soggetti interessati. E quindi sostanzialmente dobbiamo, nella misura del possibile, andare a chiedere a chi all'epoca aveva dato il suo consenso se possiamo riutilizzare i dati per un nuovo progetto. Capite che è uno sforzo anche soltanto organizzativo che può diventare enorme di fronte a ricerche di questo tipo. A dire il vero, qui ci ha aiutato il regolamento privacy che permette sin dall'inizio un riuso di questi dati nell'ambito della ricerca, nella misura in cui questo riuso non è incompatibile con le finalità iniziali. Ora, nel nostro ordinamento questo principio ben delineato dal GDPR era stato recepito soltanto in parte, quindi la novità legislativa degli scorsi mesi si è sostanzialmente ha fatto sì che anche il nostro ordinamento si allineasse in pieno e senza troppi dubbi, almeno per ora, con questa possibilità di riuso e di uso dei dati retrospettivi ai fini della ricerca scientifica. Dicevo, un Eldorado perché è una Disneyland questo progetto, perché qui i principi li abbiamo visti tutti in action. Si parlava prima dei requisiti di sicurezza che devono esistere dal momento dell'ingegnerizzazione iniziale del software e del prodotto, e questo è il cosiddetto principio privacy by design, cioè pensare il prodotto, il software, il medical device sin dall'inizio avendo a cuore i principi in materia di privacy e rispetto dei diritti e delle libertà fondamentali dei soggetti interessati. Ma ripeto, la cosa bella e che ha richiesto uno sforzo e una cooperazione è che questa linea non è tracciata ex ante. Ci sono ovviamente delle linee guida, ci sono provvedimenti delle autorità che possono tracciare la rotta, ma il principio dell'accountability fa sì che ciascuno, sostanzialmente in ragione di quello che sta facendo e dei rischi che si sta prendendo, debba adottare le proprie misure tecniche e organizzative per far sì che questi rischi vengano calmierati. E quindi il bello è stato qua. E quindi privacy by design e privacy by default. Che cosa significa? Che quell'app che abbiamo visto nella bella ricostruzione della professoressa Guadagni deve uscire nei vari markets già settata per far sì che i dati dei soggetti interessati siano tutelati al massimo, e quindi questo è il principio della privacy by default calato concretamente nella vita di tutti i giorni, poi e soprattutto di chi è addetto ai lavori. E poi ecco, due parole anche sulla scelta stilistica fatta del 2020 del Joint Controller Agreement, un accordo di contitolarità che per i non addetti ai lavori probabilmente suona come qualcosa di strano. In realtà si è scelto di cooperare e in parte di essere anche corresponsabili delle attività di trattamento dei dati personali. Quindi una scelta che ancora oggi può essere considerata per certi versi, visti i dibattiti che vediamo in progetti anche meno complicati di questo, una scelta d'avanguardia, perché spesso molti preferiscono rimanere nel proprio orticello e non aggiungere quel co davanti a titolarità e rimanere sostanzialmente, si è soliti dire non troppo correttamente, dei titolari autonomi. La cotitolarità significa che invece le finalità ultime, le modalità, ciascuno per le parti di propria competenza, ma vengono decise tutti insieme, e i soggetti interessati che a vario titolo si interfacciano con un progetto di soggetti consorziati come questo possono interfacciarsi con chiunque, quindi aggiunge complessità ma aggiunge valore nella misura in cui si certifica una cooperazione tra tutti i soggetti coinvolti. E quindi questa è stata e rappresenta tuttora, secondo me, una sfida nella sfida. E direi che va bene così. Grazie.
Grazie l'avvocato, grazie mille, perché diciamo per noi questo è uno strumento validissimo all'interno della nostra istituzione, ma non soltanto all'interno, ma anche per progetti che sono o nazionali o un pochettino più ampi rispetto al singolo. Quindi l'approccio, come vedete, è molto cooperativo, non è l'avvocato che dice non puoi fare niente, che questo normalmente è quello che succede spesso. Quindi ho il piacere di fare una domanda. Guarda, te hai parlato di security by design, di sicurezza. Colgo l'occasione per fare una domanda al professor Cassano, anzi gli farei una domanda un po' multipla. Rapporti tra privacy e ricerca sanitaria attraverso, no, con l'integrazione dell'intelligenza artificiale, e che tipo di impatto potrà avere la cosiddetta NIS 2, che noi scopriamo ogni tanto qualche legge nuova, per noi almeno alcune erano nuove, NIS 1 e NIS 2, sul settore sanitario e ricerca biomedica. Siccome è un esperto del settore, ci fa piacere che ci possa chiarire le idee anche a noi meglio.
Caspita, allora, grazie innanzitutto per l'invito. Due domande avrebbero bisogno di un corso di un paio di anni per la risposta. Vorrei però provare a sintetizzare in quei 5-10 minuti. Problemi collaterali e una serie di problemi, riforme, tutte questa volta per salvaguardare ulteriormente il medico. Ma io medico, io professore di medicina, alla fine cosa faccio? Inseguo queste forme di responsabilità? Devo comprendere come funziona questo mondo? Stesso sta accadendo con l'avvento dell'intelligenza artificiale. Le ultime due che vi stanno toccando, la direttiva, e qui insomma dei colleghi, la cosa interessante è che appunto i medici ne sanno in maniera, come dire, in maniera super approfondita, forse perché poi temono di cadere in quella trappola anche della responsabilità. È arrivata la NIS 2 e d'altro lato abbiamo la responsabilità sul prodotto difettoso. Tutte materie che poi alla fine vi vanno a toccare. C'è un sistema di una cybersicurezza in cui bisogna occuparsi anche di questa questione, in cui bisogna blindare determinati sistemi, bisogna essere resilienti e bisogna occuparsi di questa cosa qui.
La parte tutta della responsabilità del prodotto, dove naturalmente il prodotto, attorno a questo prodotto si crea una responsabilità che è quella del produttore, ma se io come medico lo vado a implementare, lo vado ad addestrare, la responsabilità ricade anche su di me. E qui i problemi sono due, che molti nascondono. Il primo, perché questo diluvio di normative? Io 20 anni fa avevo fatto per Giuffre il codice di diritto di internet, se ne erano occupati pochissimi, era una questione un po' per ragazzetti e quindi non c'era un grande interesse. Con l'avvento dell'intelligenza artificiale che cosa è accaduto? Cioè ci si è resi conto che un argomento sia la page, ma che può fare la differenza dal punto di vista politico. Allora tutti hanno provato a metterci il cappello sopra e quindi un diluvio di normative sia dal livello europeo che interno e progetti di legge che hanno stravolto l'assetto attuale della responsabilità civile. Io vi posso dire, quest'estate è la prima volta che ho detto di no a un editore sul codice dell'intelligenza artificiale, perché quando ho provato a mettere una dietro l'altra le norme e la terminologia, mi sono reso conto che non si riesce a trovare il bandolo della matassa. E noi vogliamo che la devono poi trovare chi si occupa della materia, lo vogliamo chiedere ai medici questa cosa. E questo è il primo problema, primo grossissimo problema. Secondo problema, abbiamo a che fare con dei big player mondiali che sono molto, molto, molto interessati a questa materia. Prima c'erano le lobby che avevano la possibilità di modificare qualche norma, qualche comma. Noi adesso abbiamo a che fare solo ed esclusivamente con degli stati. Cioè un top player tecnologico ha la potenza di fuoco di uno stato. La liquidazione che ha chiesto Elon Musk è la stessa liquidazione, è pari a 2 volte il PIL della Grecia. Ma c'è un altro problema. Lo stesso proprietario di quella che è un'azienda, chiamiamola così, ha un monopolio assoluto ed è particolarmente interessato a queste dinamiche. Quindi se io devo chiedere a tutto il mondo della sanità un'attenzione nei confronti della cyber security, è vero, l'87% delle aziende sanitarie hanno subito un attacco, eccetera, eccetera, io forse devo iniziare a porre un problema, ma a monte, come dicevano i latini, quis custodiet ipsos custodes, cioè chi c'è a monte? Se sentite parlare Gratteri dice no, io ho un computer mio privato vecchio, non me lo faccio avere dal Ministero perché non so chi me lo dà. Al Ministero di Grazia e Giustizia ci sono le telecamere di Huawei di cui non si sa dove vanno a finire i dati. Sentite parlare il ministro Crosetto e ci dice ma noi non abbiamo i satelliti quelli di Elon Musk per... Elon Musk è molto interessato alla cyber security e va considerato lui uno Stato? Formalmente e sostanzialmente sì. Cioè se io oggi dichiaro qualcosa qui, domani Mattarella non mi risponde perché non ho quel livello da capo di Stato. Elon Musk ha detto 2 cose sull'Italia. Mattarella è intervenuto e gli ha dato una risposta. Formalmente lui è un capo di Stato ed è lui che ha in mano le redini e le chiavi della cyber security nostra. Quindi sì, dobbiamo occuparci insomma di questa materia, ma ricordiamoci il problema che c'è a monte. Può cambiare lui lo scenario sulla nostra cyber security? In 2 secondi. Vi faccio, ve la banalizzo. Capo di Stato formalmente gli ha risposto Mattarella, l'ha legittimato. Sostanzialmente, esempio, guerra ucraina-russa. Quando sono andati giù tutti i satelliti dell'Ucraina, chi è che ha dato una mano? È stato Musk. Ha detto ecco, potete continuare a utilizzare le telecomunicazioni perché adesso io vi do una mano e vi do i miei satelliti. Ma secondo voi, nel momento in cui si va a un tavolo di trattativa per la pace, Elon Musk dice a Zelensky della situazione, vedi che io i miei satelliti li devo togliere, datti una calmata. È un capo di Stato che ha un potere totalizzante anche in una trattativa sulla pace. Non so chi ha questo potere in questo momento storico. Quello che vi voglio dire è che vi ho detto un po' tutto l'esatto contrario di quello che la riflessione che volevo fare, però cioè mi sono reso conto di questo, che a voi tutte le norme e i problemi sono chiari, però il nostro dovere di giuristi in questo momento storico è sì fare un ragionamento di natura, diciamo, politica con un impatto di natura globale, questo è assolutamente importante, questo lo dobbiamo fare, ma dobbiamo anche a voi consegnarvi non 800 pagine di norme, ma 10 punti in cui probabilmente la risposta è sì, no, posso farlo, non posso farlo, dentro, fuori. Diversamente, veramente, da questa cosa non ne usciamo più. Se ho altri 2 minuti, vi dico quello che penso sulla ricerca scientifica. Allora, sulla ricerca scientifica, peggio mi sento. Cioè c'era stato un codice, diciamo, il GDPR, tra l'altro abbiamo fatto pochi giorni fa gli Stati Generali del diritto di Internet e dell'intelligenza artificiale in LUIS, e lì ci sono un sacco di amici che sono all'interno dell'autorità garante. E tra l'altro devo dire che l'ultima persona, diciamo, di questo mondo che ho sentito in questa sala è stato Stefano Rodotà, e quindi insomma sono anche emozionato a essere, diciamo, qui, perché lui era seduto proprio qui quando raccontava queste cose e quando ci raccontava la dignità della persona. Infatti lui non era assolutamente interessato al formalismo del dato personale, ma era interessato alla tutela della dignità della persona, che alcune volte possiamo assolutamente limitare con un'eccessiva tutela di questi benedetti dati personali. Ci avviciniamo all'ora di pranzo, per cui vi racconto 2 storielle veloci, così ci capiamo sul discorso della ricerca medica. Innanzitutto c'è una frase, diciamo, che si racconta nei convegni in cui ci si occupa di reputazione, in cui si dice tu Giuseppe Cassano, tu non sei Giuseppe Cassano, ma sei quello che Google dice di te. Quindi, diciamo, devi cambiare un pochettino visione e quello che ti viene raccontato. Ma qualcuno dice, fate attenzione che probabilmente con i sistemi di intelligenza artificiale determinati sistemi sanno più cose di voi. Ma scusatemi, ma può aver senso una cosa del genere? La storiella, persona che comprava da Amazon o da un altro sito gli assorbenti, e quindi aveva questa tradizione di comprarli direttamente dal sito. Dopo 2 o 3 mesi inizia a vedere che esatto, dottor Google. E le cose in altre situazioni sono peggio, perché quella identità che lui aveva individuato in altre situazioni ha cristallizzato terribilmente l'identità di una persona e le ha dato lui il percorso di vita. La situazione è la stessa, questa volta è stato interessante, si rende conto, eccetera, eccetera. Per 2 anni tempestata di scarpette, magliette, pipim. Allora, a un certo punto questa persona, una manager, scrive una lettera pubblica e dice: scusate, voi forse non sapete che mia figlia a 3 mesi è morta di tumore. Nel software dell'intelligenza artificiale c'era quel percorso che aveva già immaginato per quella bambina, e quindi aveva blindato quell'identità, e questa persona non ne usciva più, perché tutte le volte che apriva questo benedetto sistema si trovava di fronte a quel tipo di condizioni. Sulla ricerca scientifica che cosa vi voglio dire? Vi rendete conto quante informazioni questi soggetti hanno? I vostri spazzolini da denti, ce ne sono 2.500.000, sono collegati ad internet e prendono delle informazioni. Già in America ci sono delle tavolette per il VC che fanno le analisi. Ho tutta una serie di dati sulla salute particolarmente rilevanti. Lasciamo stare quello che Alexa riesce a prendere di noi. Lì il trucco è molto semplice per Alexa. Ve la vendo a 19,90 € quando dice una cassa che forse vale 200 €. Ma se te la do gratis, la cosa ti puzza di bruciato e quindi non la compri. Se è gratis, il prodotto sei tu. Dentro casa sono tutte queste le informazioni. Quando invece noi andiamo a fare la ricerca scientifica, ci occupiamo di ricerca scientifica, cosa dovevamo fare? Dovevamo iniziare a chiedere anche il consenso alla persona interessata che quei dati dovevano finire. Ecco, In questo caso devo dire ogni autorità nel nostro paese è diventata un pochettino una monade che alcune volte dimentica di parlare e di colloquiare. Per fortuna c'è stata un'importante riforma dell'articolo 110 del codice privacy che ha detto che non c'è bisogno di chiedere il consenso all'interessato, ma c'è bisogno di alcune attenzioni che sono probabilmente quelle giuste, e nell'AI Act c'è anche un'indicazione per far circolare i dati. Quello che vi posso dire è che ci sono alcuni amici fondatori di start-up molto interessanti collegati alla prevenzione, dove non sono riusciti a prendere i dati dal nostro paese, li hanno recuperati dalla Corea per fare statistiche. Ma vedete, ritorniamo alla dignità della persona. Questa non posso dire parolacce, cioè è una cavolata assurda, per il semplice motivo che noi abbiamo una possibilità, che è quella dell'utilizzo dei dati sintetici. Allora, se io ho un dato personale, e questo dato personale è un dato sensibile, così importante, che se disvelato va a toccare la dignità della persona, è importante che su questo dato ci sia il dominio assoluto della persona. Ma se quel dato non tocca la dignità della persona e diventa funzionale e interessante per la ricerca medica, io questo dato lo devo assolutamente liberare e dare la possibilità ai ricercatori di lavorarci in maniera comoda. Ma vedete che la questione si risolve in maniera molto semplice. Il dato sintetico viene ripulito del contatto con la singola persona e con la sua dignità e viene anonimizzato, perché se io devo valutare 800.000 carcinoma nel mondo, non mi interessa se sono di Cassano, di Tizio, di Caio, di Sempronio, ma mi interessa sapere come poter gestire quel dato. E allora questa probabilmente è la via più semplice per la ricerca medica e per tutto il mondo della sanità. In questo caso qual è il nostro obiettivo? Salvaguardiamo la dignità della persona. Attraverso che cosa? Un migliore vantaggio, una cura più efficace. Quindi il dato personale va non tutelato a oltranza, ma gestito in funzione della dignità della persona. Grazie.
Grazie Giuseppe, bellissimo intervento, sapevo che avresti scosso un po' l'audience, che è importante. Dirti che noi ricercatori siamo concordi sul fatto che la ricerca è un bene di tutti, sarà un beneficio per l'individuo un domani, solo che ci fanno soffrire tanto oggi a noi, è una cosa drammatica. Io mi sono dovuta studiare tutte le leggi, ho detto la prossima volta mi laureo voglio prendere laurea in legge, perché almeno
ad onore me ce l'hai, dopo la premessa che ho ascoltato è di default.
Ma ho dovuto imparare, perché per forza, se no diventa ancora più difficile. Meglio imparare il percorso, perlomeno sai dove devi andare, chi ti ci accompagna ti aiuta e non ti trovi bloccato, perché ti bloccano. Il problema importante in Italia, il discorso che facevo prima, è il rilancio, come ho lanciato anche in Regione un mesetto fa. Giustissimo l'atteggiamento della salvaguardia dell'individuo, la dignità, tutta questa parte qui è insita nella nostra professione. Il medico a noi ce la insegnano fino al primo anno di medicina, e chi fa questa professione ha come obiettivo il bene e la salute del paziente, come mission, va bene? Il nostro codice deontologico le prevedeva tutte queste cose qui. Ora, quindi venirci a dire a noi dovete garantire la dignità delle persone è giusto ricordarcelo, ma già lo facciamo. È più giusto ricordarlo a chi fa altri lavori, altre professioni dove, che ne so, quello che costruisce, attenzione, no, alla dignità della persona, perché magari costruisce ed è un ingegnere. Ma chi fa questa professione da tanti anni la fa con passione e comunque correttamente, come la maggior parte, direi la quasi totalità dei professionisti, è insito nel nostro codice deontologico. Quindi tutti questi tonnellate di documenti, a parte che uccideremo l'Amazzonia prima o poi perché abbiamo digitale e cartaceo, non è che siamo andati in digitale, dobbiamo avere entrambi le soluzioni in questo momento, che non è anche ancora più difficile perché sono 2 archivi che tu devi avere in contemporanea allineati. Quindi questa è la prima cosa, e questo ce lo chiede non solo l'Italia, anche l'Europa. Quindi siamo di fronte ad una richiesta di documentazioni che fisicamente gravosa, oltre che a livello intellettivo e a livello di conoscenze legali. Quindi è importante avere un gruppo di legali di sostegno, noi sempre, perché si è detto altrimenti rischiamo di fare una cosa che non va bene, ci bloccano lo studio per chissà quale motivo, quindi noi andiamo passo passo con gli avvocati. Quindi se io non capissi il vostro linguaggio sarebbe impossibile seguirvi, quindi ho dovuto studiare, punto e basta. Mi sono messa lì, mi sono fatta fare i corsi, come ho studiato, come ci scambiamo le informazioni tra informatici e medici, che ci sono i due gruppi che si sono parlati, la stessa cosa abbiamo fatto con gli avvocati, per capirci. Però sicuramente l'Italia è eccessiva da questo punto di vista, diciamo, siamo molto rallentati, i commenti che vengono fatti spesso anche da grandi gruppi farmaceutici, l'Italia è troppo lenta nel predisporre tutta la parte, l'iter burocratico, per cui spesso usciamo un po' fuori da questi studi per questo motivo. Forse uno snellimento, soprattutto per gli istituti di ricerca, per le università, cioè tutto quello che è clinica, che è attività clinical practice, concordo assolutamente, ma quando si parla di studi multicentrici dove ci sono, Valerio, dove ci sono 12 istituzioni, dopo 2 anni ancora stiamo a discutere sul joint controller agreement, è da piangere. Quindi volevo dire, se fossimo un pochettino più snelli, forse riusciremmo ad andare anche più veloci ed essere in linea, non dobbiamo essere competitivi, ma almeno dobbiamo essere retrospettivi nei confronti della ricerca scientifica nel mondo. Grazie.
30 secondi. Allora, devo dire che forse c'è bisogno di unire i saperi in questo mondo. Cioè c'è bisogno, a mio avviso, di una frequentazione da parte dei giuristi, non tanto dei medici, ma dei posti dove lavorano i medici. È come dire, manda un pubblico ministero e fargli fare una settimana di carcere prima di fargli iniziare il suo percorso. Devo dire che la mia sensibilità è cambiata negli ultimi 10 anni, perché diciamo da giurista avevo un po' sempre seguito i punti e le virgole, poi per le ragioni di vita ho frequentato, nel senso non per malattia ma perché c'erano degli amici che dirigevano un settore che si occupava di oncologia e l'altro un laboratorio di genetica. E naturalmente quando io sono fortunato da professore di diritto, da avvocato, sono in vacanza, loro spesse volte sono nei laboratori, sono lì, non c'è Natale, non c'è Capodanno, non c'è Ferragosto, e quindi a Ferragosto io come faccio a vederlo? Lo vado a trovare e mi trovo delle situazioni continuamente e costantemente che per la mia ottica sono di emergenza, e quindi mi chiedo, ma come fanno queste persone a decidere in 10 secondi quello che devono fare? E io poi arrivo da giurista dopo una settimana e ci ragiono 2 o 3 giorni se quella cosa è giusta o sbagliata, dimenticando che quella decisione deve essere presa ex ante, cioè non la valutazione ex post. E quindi lì devo dire ho cambiato la mia sensibilità, perché quando lì c'è un problema di vita o di morte o di scelta, le 12 pagine di consenso informato sì, vanno bene, ma anche no. Per cui forse questa potrebbe essere un punto di partenza, questa nuova sensibilità e questo avvicinarsi a un mondo che è veramente difficile e complesso da gestire, perché noi lo immaginiamo fatato, dove è tutto ben organizzato, dove ci vogliono 10 dottori, ci sono 10 dottori, ci vogliono 100 infermieri, ci sono 100 infermieri. No, non è così, perché poi ho visto spesse volte il primario correre e fare una cosa che doveva fare l'infermiere, perché l'infermiere è impegnato in un'altra situazione. Ecco, secondo me è un problema di sensibilità, e questo bisogna un po' andare a monte. Il brocardo, chiamatelo come volete, che si racconta anche nel mondo della tecnologia è questo: l'America innova, la Cina copia e l'Europa regolamenta. Ecco, se noi stiamo continuamente a regolamentare e chi poi ci deve mettere le mani in pasta, deve stare dietro a una regolamentazione che non è chiara a me oggi, e faccio questo di mestiere, cioè la mia fortuna è dirigo la rivista di responsabilità medica e di diritto di internet, cioè bene o male è quello che faccio tutti i giorni. Se la professoressa mi chiama, mi fai uno schema di 10 pagine con le normative che devo seguire? Vado in difficoltà. Ecco, dobbiamo assolutamente superare questo approccio che in questo momento storico non funziona.
Grazie, concordiamo tutti su questo punto, anche perché noi vorremmo chiedere, adesso scriveremo un report di tutta la storia di tutti quelli che hanno partecipato, mettendo una richiesta importante in fondo: dateci le istruzioni semplificate, unanimi, template simili per tutti gli stati quando parliamo di ricerca scientifica, altrimenti moriamo tutti, perché non possiamo impiegare 2 anni. Noi impieghiamo 6 mesi a capire quello che si deve fare, forse, e poi ci mettiamo 1 anno a farlo, gli altri hanno già fatto tutto. Quindi noi tra 5 anni saremo le retrospettivi, gli storici, che per carità è bello anche essere storici, però forse siccome la capacità intellettiva e intuitiva degli italiani e degli europei è nota, forse potremmo essere perlomeno pari merito, diciamo, all'avanguardia. Grazie. Io direi che abbiamo chiuso la prima mattinata, la prima giornata, non è la prima mattinata, vi ho spaventato, la prima round table della giornata, e possiamo andare a farci un light lunch, quindi grazie a tutti per l'attenzione. Grazie. Questo è il pezzettino che mi hai mandato, così lo leggo.
Sì.
No, questo no, questo è capace di leggerlo perché mi incuriosisco. Grazie. Ci tenevo perché era importante.
Hello dear, how are you? Yes, yes, yes.
with Fabio and everyone, so could you please join the... Mi hanno detto di fare così. Non lo so perché non funziona. Ora funziona. Ok, grazie, scusate. I think we need to start the second portion of the meeting. I'm calling Professor Fabio Massimo Zanzotto, the multi-share, multi-responsibility cognition world. So please, Fabio, you can take over of my person and please go on.
Yes, I invite first of all the panelists on the stage, please, so that take a chair. I will give a short presentation beforehand. Pablo, you are hiding behind the column. Enrico is there, Nut is there. Byron? We lost him. Okay. Shall we start? Raniero is coming. Alina is online. Okay, thank you for coming. I will use 10 minutes to introduce our panel because we are the artificial intelligence people, and we try to convince you that artificial intelligence is intelligent, but also artificial. So more artificial than intelligent. Let's go into the topic. We want to build models that have a personalized medicine, that deals with personalized medicine. And so we have, our goal is to help patients. Okay. Is to help patients, and we take their cells, tumor cells, we analyze their cells, and after that, we use this magical box that is called AI in order to produce treatment prediction, to decide which is the best treatment to give them, and to understand the survival curve that we will have. So this is the topic, this is what we want to do, and basically we have a lot of challenges, as we have discussed this morning. The first challenge is, let's say, trying to convince clinicians to use these models. And this is one of the most important challenges, because in order to have these models in place, clinicians should trust these models. And in order to give trust to them, we believe that explaining the decisions to this system, to the clinicians, is the way to go, let's say. However, if you Google XAI, that is explainable AI, you will find tons and tons and tons, a lot of material online, because there are many, many systems that try to explain. And this is a very complex notion. What does it mean, explain? So instead of building a novel, a different way of explaining, we focused our work in Revert in trying to understand how to evaluate those models, how to evaluate explainability in artificial intelligence. And so we, as Fiorella said before, we have been evaluating different systems, and we have been working on, let's say, trying to understand which is the model that explains better, by using this notion of simulability, in the sense that we have the system that produced an explanation, and we ask the clinician to take the decision with and without the explanation in order to see if the clinician can have the same explanation of the system. If the same decision of the system. If the explanation is a good explanation, it will produce the same decision of the system. The clinician will produce the same explanation of the system. However, the real point when using machine learning or artificial intelligence or whatever you want to call it, machines that take decisions instead of us, is this. We need a lot of training data, real training data, and not synthetic, because synthetic training, if we build data in a synthetic way, what we have afterwards, it will be the description of the rule we use to produce the synthetic data. So why not use the rule instead of the synthetic data? So we need real training data, and that is the point. Since we have, there should be some lines there. There are lines describing that we have a lot of data in this moment because we have the possibility of accessing retrospective patients. So that's the real innovative idea, trying to use retrospective patients in order to take decisions on future patients. However, if we use retrospective patients, what happens is that first, treatments change over time. So we have something that is related to a treatment that no more exists. So the number of patients we can effectively use is less than the total numbers that we have, unless we find some way to use previous treatments in order to take decisions on future treatments, which is not that simple. So that is one first issue. And then there is another issue that today I've discovered is not more that big issue, but I believe it is. That is, informed consent is specific to the project. So if we have to go back to all the patients in order to ask again the informed consent to have the possibility to use it in another project, it will be a real nightmare. So in conclusion, we don't have enough training data for building our systems, and we need to try to solve this issue. And this is one of the issues I wanted to discuss with the panelists today. So in some sense, we want to build a very large artificial intelligence that expand the memory and the capability of clinicians, but we have two important issues that are reducing our possibility. Those are things that are in fact reducing the possibility of building our model unless we take another perspective. That is, the GDPR and the AI Act should become somehow the columns on which we build our temple of the new artificial intelligence. So that we need to put patients in the middle in order to have them, to treat them as you said in the panel before, to treat them as the people we want to help, but in some sense, we need their data to build better model for them. So we have here an interesting table of panelists, and as they have all different perspective on this topic, I dare to ask them different questions instead of asking them only one question. So the first question is for Pablo. Which do you think will be the best approach for using omics data in predicting response to this particular cancer we are treating in this project?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Fabio. Well, I think we must say that we have facing an important change in the paradigm. We are treating cancer. All efforts in the past were focused on the cancer cell itself. But it is true, and the evidence are telling us, is that the microenvironment, all the cells that are surrounding the cancer and are healthy cells, are even more important to defining the best treatment for the patient. So that gives us a picture where the situation is much complex that we initially thought, just by focusing on cancer cells. So in that sense, we have to provide to get information, omic data, not only for tumor cells but also from the microenvironment. And also we have this spatial dimension in that formula that has to be taken into account somehow. We cannot consider just healthy cells, but depending on where these healthy cells are, the influence that tumor cell exert on that cells will be different. So what I wanted to say basically is that if cancer is such a complex disease, we have to approach with another complex strategy. And that will be, of course, omics. I think integration of different omics is a challenge, and is something that we have to solve because it's difficult. And also another thing I would like to point out is that it is not just the amount of data that it has to be processed, but it's also the nature of the data and the format of the data. Omics, you will have FASTQ files with similar information, regardless if it's DNA or RNA, you will have similar information. But there are also some other important things that can be treated as predictors of treatment, like medical image, for instance, X-rays, PET, even histological image. There's lots of information that the professionals, the pathologists, the radiologists are not aware of that information, and that's very useful. So how can you combine this omic data with image data? I think something that it can only be done with artificial intelligence, because it's far from our reach. So I think the challenges we have now is to understand how tumor influence the surroundings, and which tools, which strategy we can use, we can exploit to understand this complex interaction, because otherwise we could not tailor a specific treatment for a patient. I don't know.
So the trajectory you see is somehow mixing different sources of information in order to gather more insight from one and another source of information, and you call for a standardization of the information processing.
Yeah,
somehow.
that's true. That's true.
And then you wait for the magic box of artificial intelligence to solve the problem.
I hope so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Note so to which extent, in fact, data standardization need to be improved to be implemented at the European level to foster AI in genomics. So that's the question that Pablo asked to you.
Pablo.
Why not?
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is quite simple, I guess, for everyone to see that if you, first of all, you need a lot of data if you want to train an AI. Second, you need to have standardized data, because otherwise, it's difficult if you have to, if the AI gets, or the machine learning algorithms get scattered data, then it's impossible to, or it's like a huge effort to check the validity and to use it in a coherent sense to come up with a right solution, let's say, in the end. This, of course, concerns then the way, how the data are handled. So On one hand, most likely you will have companies that are providing the AI, the software as such. Then you might have companies, for instance, maybe the same, maybe different ones, that provide the, maybe you can switch it off. Yeah. That host all the databases with the data. And then, of course, you have the users. So the question is the property of the data. Yeah? So if you want to have an EU-wide build-up of a database as quickly as possible, you should have kind of an EU data space where all the patient data are stored, so that the access for all the hospitals, all the medical doctors can be, or they can access this. If you compartmentalize it so that data are owned by either hospitals or companies, then of course you lose a lot what you can gain through AI, simply because you always have like just very small data sets, or rather small data sets. So this is, I think, one thing that needs to be considered, like in how far the data is really property of the single institutions or even companies dealing with it. And how the relation to, because like the data are derived from patients, so in the end the patient should be the data owner, but how the management of the data is done in the sense of whether it's a business model or whether it's not. Standardization, of course, means also that the protocols with which you obtain the data are standardized in a way so that you have the correct annotation of metadata, so that in the end everything that you feed into the software is reliable. Because like what we also discussed a lot in the project, in the end someone has to be responsible if the AI is used for either treatment prediction or for disease, for diagnosis. And the responsibility then depends, of course, on how good the whole package is. And so the methods need to be approved, and the software needs to be approved. And then, of course, the problem is that the data also, if we are in terms of a medical device approval, so the data also need to be approved, whether they are curated or not. So how this is done is a big question. We will not avoid AI. AI will come. This is, I guess, is clear. The question is, when will we start to think about this standardization issues? Yeah. So maybe all of you know from the mobile phones and so on, all the companies, they had different plugs, and now it took like 15 years or so for the EU to harmonize it so that we have a standard there. And this is also what Pablo already said. If we have different file formats or different files, then this will slow down the whole process a lot. Yeah. So this is where I think these are questions to be answered. We can't answer them in the project, but this has to be answered at the EU-wide level when implementing AI into the medical sector.
Just a follow-up question, because before leaving you, what do you think about the European health data space? Is that the answer for that question that you are posing?
It might be in an ideal world. I don't know. It's difficult to say. Yeah. So of course, like from the scientist point of view, you would embrace like a huge data space with, of course, like well curated and complete data, because this in the end gives you the best support. Yeah. And this is maybe another question which sometimes it got for me a little bit not very clear. Fiorella said it in the morning. We were talking all the time about a decision support system and not about a decision-taking system. But this is somehow a little bit blurred, and I had sometimes the feeling that some people were talking about AI as a decision-taking system, and I think this is maybe quite far in the future. So if we have a really good decision support system based on standardized, complete, and openly available data within this health framework, of course, then this maybe would benefit the clinicians the most. Yeah.
So thank you. Is Elena online? Can you confirm? Yep.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I move up to your question that we don't see right now. And it is basically a transition between, let's say, research centers and industry. So you are in the middle. And your question is, how do you think that this role that ImagoMol has, the ImagoMol cluster has, can somehow bridge the gap between industry and research, taking into consideration and making the results patient-centric?
Thank you so much for the question. I hope you can hear me well.
Yep, we can hear you well.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that I'm sorry that I could not join the event live in Rome, but I am currently with ImagoMol Cluster and MedicNest Meta Cluster in Bruges, the Health Tech Investor Summit. So it's somehow connected to your question, because the invitation was, and I accepted this invitation just in this line, the idea to ensure the knowledge transfer, to ensure the bridge between researchers, universities, academia, and investors and industry. This kind of Health Tech Investor Summit is organized in Bruges by a cluster partner Medvia. We have founded together MedicNest, MetaClass, and Precision Medicine. And we are facilitating this bridge to be strong, let's say, to build this bridge and to make passengers to pass the bridge, because it's very important to have a strong connection between research, academia, and industry in order to make the innovation viable and to the market. Everybody needs to make innovation in order to benefit the patients, to be in the healthcare environment utilized, because otherwise innovation would be just a patent that is in a library, let's say, but it's not utilized in real life, in real world environments. And ImagoMol cluster is facilitator, is a cluster that dedicates its activity to support collaborative projects between industry, academia, universities, RDAs. I'm representing a regional agency, but also spin-off startups and companies that are innovating in various fields. In this topic, we do have in ImagoMol clusters innovators in AI. We are developing very good solution based on artificial intelligence in oncology, in diabetes, in cardiology, and we are supporting them by creating a framework of European research project, but also by creating bridges with investors, because they do need with venture capitals, with capital funds that can be utilized in order to scale up their solution, to go to the market, to go from technology readiness level 6 to 9, and to be utilized their solution within hospitals environment. So ImagoMol cluster is very proud and committed to assume this role of connector, the academia industry, and we do have facilitated during the projects that we have realized together. MedicNest MetaCluster Alliance in Precision Medicine. It's an alliance of almost currently 20 clusters across Europe, from Greece, Spain, Portugal, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania. And from Italy, we have Cluster Emilia-Romagna. It's based on Bologna. We have very good collaboration with Cluster Emilia-Romagna, with other clusters from Italy also. We have cluster from Belgium, and every cluster has a very wide connection, a very wide ecosystem of academia, research, and innovators, but also investors. And together we are bridging and connecting and creating an interconnected ecosystem to support partnership between public, private investment, and to bring research innovation to the market. Shortly, this will be my response. We can elaborate more, but I'm not sure which is the timeline, which I need to detail more.
No, for the moment, thank you for your talk. And since you gave me the possibility to pose the next question to Raniero, since let's say you introduced the fact that this kind of solution and technologies should be brought to the market. So what we want to ask to Raniero is, which possibility do you see for potential applications of AI in genomics in the market, and how do you think this technology can be accepted? Because as a representative of an industry, I believe that one of the goals is not only saving the planet, but also making money.
First of all, thanks for inviting me, and grazie Fabio for the question. For the first part of the question, you said artificial and intelligence. On the artificial part, we could think about artificial intelligence as a very heavy number crunching machine that allows us to correlate information, a huge number of information. You were saying before that one of the problems is our data, enough data, huge part of data. And of course, the more data we have, the more AI can help. And when it comes to genomic, we could build with artificial intelligence, and this has been told before, precision medicine, like personalized medicine based on genomic, but even based on other type of omics. Of course, the difficult part here is not just standardization, but also integration of these different parts. And there is another part that is very difficult, and it is difficult for the industry you were mentioning before, that is GDPR, and it's coming to be AI Act. Also, the digital spaces are an issue that industries might take into consideration. We are bringing to the market some artificial intelligence solutions for clinicians, support for healthcare, for support to patients. And we always start with ethics commissions and data privacy officers. So we always start from the data, and we always start from the patients. And I will tell you, this slows us down. But as a patient and as possible patient, I'm pretty happy about that. I mean, for an industry, it's a bit of a problem, but for the system, is very good that we start from taking care of the privacy. We could apply AI to make data more private as well, or we could apply techniques to train with data in order for them to be less sensible. Of course, we want to make money at the end of the day. So to make money, it's to scale solutions to the broader public. And we could scale solutions to the broader public once they go out of research projects like this. And eventually, once we have investment, but also the politics sort of allows us to do that. Hopefully I answered to your question.
Yes, thank you. Just to follow up on the previous question, how do you think the attention to the patient can bring value to a company? In some sense, let's say, being GDPR compliant, being AI compliant, will be an added value perceived by the final users, which may be us in some future, or patients, or you think that it's better to ask them to sign in a not not in a very good shape, they sign something that they don't understand, as we generally do when we sign things to access services that we cannot do without.
I wish everybody could be very sensible to privacy and would read whatever we submitted to. Myself, I don't accept cookies, for example, never. It's a struggle, because otherwise, sometimes you cannot read what is proposed to you, but I deny. But it's a very small thing. there is not such knowledge in the market today. There is a lot of superficiality, if I can say. Not from everybody, of course, but broadly speaking, people just accept and go on, okay? And they don't even know what they accepted. Therefore, we should, as an industry, we are taking care about that. We try to inform people that are using applications. And again, when it comes to healthcare and patients, we should even be more careful. And hopefully the patients will be more careful, but there must be an informative and a knowledge transfer and a push from the system to the public for them to be aware that we are dealing with their data and it's their data, it's not our data.
Thank you. Enrico, so let's say that we need data, and in order to make this machine work, we need a lot of data, quantity of data that can be used to derive some regularities. If we don't have data, we don't have the possibility of deriving regularities. So one of the points is how to share data and what can EU policy do for helping companies like yours to have the possibility of building up projects that can somehow help us to share data.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I found that I wrote down something to have a guide for myself, but then I really found that we are totally converging all of our thinking exactly on the same point. So to me, what I wrote was something like that I believe that Europe have done a very good job so far for supporting the field of artificial intelligence into the research area. And now we are in a phase where projects like the Revert produce very good results, and so we are in a phase where we need to start to trust these results because of our objective. And now what could we ask to Europe? One thing is sure is standards that could help or at least facilitate sharing the knowledge and sharing the data itself. But at the same time, what is missing is that we are missing from Europe the support for going into the mainstream. So a project like Revert just put a feet to the other side than the research, but now we needed to build the highway for this new car that we just observed that it works, it is secure, but now we just don't need some street. We need parking lots, we need car washing machines, we need highways. So we really need the infrastructure. And to me, my personal point of view is that so far we are losing our focus to the most obvious things. So we are thinking that the data of the citizen should be given to the research. And also the act of giving this data is today copying the data. A patient is just sending its data, and then the research will copy that data into one database, and then another researcher will going to copy again that data to another database. Continue working in this way, we will never reach a point in where the data will really be owned by the real owner, because the owner lost totally the control. So he's just trusting through some legal contracts what the let's say the research institute or the clinics is assuring that it will going to be the treatment of its own data. But really, we are losing the control. So I'm asking to Europe to start investing quite a lot on the moving forward problem, because we're going to need new technologies that we're going to ensure that the data will remain in total ownership of the citizen, and instead moving the data to the AI, start thinking the opposite way. So start thinking, moving the AI closer to the data. So this is for me my best suggestion in this direction. And even if I know that there is, since some years, a lot of effort put in place by many countries, many research institutes for creating standards, for defining federation path between different data centers, so things like that. But I don't really think that we will gonna get so far implementing such kind of complex architecture, because it is, because at the same time it will gonna still rely on decoding the data. So we need to, let's say, invent some new technology for thinking the opposite way around.
Let's hope. So the last question is to Bjorn, sorry. As far as I remember, yours is not a big company, it's a small, medium enterprise. So one of the issues that you should have is how to reach the market, so what kind of help you ask to the, let's say, to the attendees or to the European Union or somehow to be facilitated to reach the market.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we are a small company. We're dedicated to multi-omics analysis, so not only DNA, but also especially RNA. And RNA is a bit more complex because you don't have, like in the DNA, mutations that are either there or not there, which translates into 0-1 mathematics. But it's more or less, you have quantitative data, so this is the first challenge, but this is nothing that the EU can solve, that's our, that's our own challenges. So, but just to give you some ideas how this works, and one of the things is first for us to make it easier to analyze the data, bring them also into a less complex system, to have more robust information, show you what our challenges are on the technical side. And then the main challenge, of course, then if we want to bring this to the market, will be the clinical trials. So this will be the biggest challenge, to have enough data, to have multi-centered studies that really then prove what we are claiming. And we can see this if we look at the market. The big players are usually US companies. If we look at Grail or Foundation, okay, now this is now bought by Roche, but it's also US company based. And there is a lot of money to be put into the clinical trials to have enough sound data and enough sound clinical validation. And I think. And I'm also happy already that the EU has realized this, and there are programs where especially the clinical trials are put in the focus, because this is in the end what makes the product viable. Yeah. And so, I think this is the biggest challenge. Other challenges are, of course, regulatory, that all these things have already been mentioned here. So the regulatory issues are, of course, immense, especially for a smaller company. So any help in this regard is, of course, also very, very appreciated. Yeah.
So we had a very interesting discussion till now, and I would like to pose another question. Possibly, I don't know who can answer. One of the things we have been discussing this morning was the fact that even artificial intelligence, all the fact that the model changes through time, is a medical device. And to make a medical device somehow accepted for being sold, it takes a long time. I think 2 or 3 years to get to the market, just because there are a lot of regulatory issues to solve and a lot of clinical trials to have. But we have one issue. The model changes through time. So the more data we have, the better it is. And we don't have the First of all, we don't have the idea of who is the producer, because the producer may be the producer of the algorithm, which are basically off-the-shelf algorithms, or on the other sense, the producers of the data. So we have, let's say, a sort of very strict problem, which is, what are these medical devices we want to build? Are they really medical devices, or we should fight to make them, to try to ask legislators to change the rules because those are not clinical devices? So what do you think about that? I don't know if someone wants to take this question. Please.
Maybe just, I think currently the only way to deal with this is to say you have a freeze, yeah, at a certain time, and then if you have a new release, then of course you need to do the whole process again, which is extremely costly. Yeah. But this is what is also done today, and I don't know what other regulatory tools we maybe would be around to avoid this.
Yes, the main issue is who is the producer?
Yeah.
The data producer or the software producer? Because the two actors exist.
Maybe here we could use the definition of the EU AI Act, where the producer is the developer of the algorithm and the deployer is who uses the algorithm with the data to put in production. And eventually there is a company that brings that to the market, so it's yet another actor.
So maybe a way to shorten this would be to provide reference data sets. Yeah, so that the this like very long testing of for a new medical device, like a physical device, to be able, with liquid handling, whatever there is, to just achieve the same. I think the software and the data sets, so databases are quicker, and if there are sufficient reference data sets where the software has to come up, or let's say has to reach certain margins in prediction or whatever, this might be a way to speed up the process. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks, Silvia, for this question, because it was your question. Exactly. So I just brought to the... Exactly. So I would like to thank the panelists again. And maybe there was another question from the audience. There was a question for the audience. Yes, sure.
But the question that you posed to this panel, Giovanna. Yes, Giovanna, yes.
You should be in this panel, but then Fiorella decided to move.
In fact, okay. But I think that for this question I can respond because I'm a jurist. So I think that about liability in this case, this is my area. So I know that when we spoke about artificial intelligence in medical practice, is a very good challenge for the future, for our area, because medical liability now has changed. We know that in this moment we have for the doctor's liability and hospital liability. But when we use artificial intelligence and use data, we know a lot of problems because now doctors use instrument that have inside artificial intelligence. So there is a problem when a patient could be have un problema, it's not a good care. For, in this case, we need to know who is liable in this case. For example, the producer of intelligence of the algorithmic, or the data, who is the person that put the train the artificial the algorithm to train and get an output that the doctor need to validate, because at the end of this process, the person that need to validate this outcome is necessary the human doctor. This project is very good. The Revert project, because have a way of validation very particular, because there are algorithmic that validate the result of another algorithmic. But also in this case, which is the risk that a doctor or the hospital or the governance of the hospital could have? Because when there is a problem of liability, we need to have the damage, the link to the between event and damage, and we need to have the person that responds about this damage. And in this case, it could be possible that a patient could have a trial with a producer, with hospital, with doctor, and other multi-actor. And in this case, it's very, very difficult to have a proof about the liability. In fact, the regulation that we need to have not only GDPR and not only regulation of AI, but we have, for example, now a new directive about product liability, in which software is a product. While the first time software is not considered a product, but now software is a product. In this case, when the software is not good, we could have a liability of the producer. But we have also a proposal of regulation of liability for the AI. And in this case, for jurists, for a judge, and for a lawyer, it's important to give a proof about the link between event and damage. So it's important to have a disclosure. It needs to have a disclosure about the functioning of the algorithmic. That are a very good.
Can you stop scaring us, please? Yes. Yes. I know. Okay, you can stay here because it's your turn afterwards. And I would like to thank the panelists. I don't think you want to reply to this. You want to say a word?
We want to hide.
So, thanks again.
I need 5 minutes of your attention. Onorevole Russo, se può venire. Okay, this was supposed to be this morning. However, he was not able to join this morning, so he's gonna tell us some news regarding the commissions on health from the Ministry of Health, and this part of this important portion that is taking care of new approach as regulatory issues for AI. So I'm very honored to present Onorevole Raul Russo, che parlerà in italiano riguardo alle nuove normative che la Commissione Sanità sta affrontando per il discorso AI. La ringrazio onorevole di essere qui con noi, è un piacere se ci vuol fare un commento di come sta andando, perché siamo un po' curiosi. Grazie.
Sì, grazie dell'invito e grazie dell'opportunità di darvi questa breve comunicazione. Sì, perché l'intelligenza artificiale è chiaramente che poi uno degli argomenti fondamentali del vostro progetto applicato appunto alla diagnosi, al mondo della sanità, è una delle urgenze da affrontare non solo dal punto di vista scientifico, come già fate voi, ma anche dal punto di vista normativo. Per questo proprio successivamente alla emissione della normativa europea nel 2023 il governo italiano ha provveduto a predisporre un apposito disegno di legge che in qualche modo cerca di regolare la materia in tutti gli ambiti, tra cui specificatamente quello sanitario. È un lavoro lungo e importante che ci ha visto impegnati siamo in prima lettura al Senato, le commissioni riunite giustizia e sanità, ci hanno visto impegnate per 8 mesi di audizione. Abbiamo udito tutti gli stakeholder possibili e immaginabili, sia dal punto di vista giuridico sia anche e soprattutto dal punto di vista scientifico. Ora siamo nella fase che sono stati presentati gli emendamenti, alcuni anche a mia firma, per cui ho utilizzato anche degli amici che più esperti di me, come dico io, per dare un contributo fattivo a una normativa che è importante perché appunto va a normare qualcosa che sta diventando sempre più importante e protagonista sia nella vita quotidiana delle persone, ma anche e soprattutto in ambiti che riguardano realmente aspetti fondamentali dell'esistenza umana, e uno di questi sicuramente è l'ambito sanitario, l'ambito della salute. Faccio anche una provocazione per chi ha avuto modo di già approcciare questo disegno di legge, chi magari è esperto della materia. Come dico io, è già un disegno di legge tra virgolette vecchio. Perché? Perché oggettivamente è una materia che è paradossalmente antica, perché gli esperti informatici mi ricordano che si parla di intelligenza artificiale già da quando sono iniziati i primi computer, quindi negli anni 50, ma naturalmente la declinazione pratica sta avvenendo adesso, grazie alla potenza dell'hardware e dei software. E dico già vecchio, che faccio sempre una provocazione, perché oggettivamente è una materia talmente in evoluzione per definizione, con una capacità di evoluzione esponenziale e non semplicemente lineare, per cui quel che stiamo prevedendo adesso non so quanto potrà valere fra qualche anno. Io su questo sono paradossalmente affascinato, ma sono anche spaventato, perché ad esempio nell'ambito sanitario so che può, e voi ne siete dimostrazione con questo progetto che avete realizzato, il progetto Revert, con quello che avete raccontato in questi giorni, quanto può essere utile l'utilizzo di questo approccio tecnologico al mondo della diagnosi, della ricerca e quindi poi della cura, dell'appropriatezza delle cure, ma quanto può anche essere un qualcosa che non sappiamo in questo momento che sviluppo possa avere se non ben gestito, se non ben guidato, cioè se non riusciamo sempre a mantenere l'intelligenza umana, come dico sempre io, al comando comunque di questa intelligenza artificiale. Per questo è importante fare una normativa, per questo è importante che sia stiamo cercando di fare il più completa possibile, Ma come ho fatto la mia provocazione iniziale, sapendo che quel che prevediamo adesso può essere fra 2 o 3 anni già è superato dai fatti. Ribadisco, però che è una materia a cui non bisogna approcciare naturalmente con paura, ma bisogna approcciare con capacità di analisi e comprendere quanta facoltà in più ci può dare, è la vera sfida del futuro, lo sappiamo tutti. Penso che in ambito sanitario ci possa aiutare non solo a un tema di migliorare l'approccio alla cura del paziente, possa anche aiutarci, perché no, anche a una, qua lo dice anche il decisore politico, a un approccio sulla spesa sanitaria importante, perché ci può consentire anche cure e esami appropriati, che non è cosa di poco conto, uno dei temi che noi stiamo affrontando in questo momento, perché io dico sempre, è vero che servono più risorse per la salute, servono più risorse per la sanità, ma è pur vero che già dovremmo cominciare a spendere un po' meglio quello che noi impieghiamo e investiamo in questo campo. Quindi penso che c'è un'applicazione scientifica e c'è anche un'applicazione socio-politica, che è quella della consentirci una spesa più efficiente anche nel campo della bisogno della risposta al bisogno di salute della popolazione. Chiudo dicendo che naturalmente io qua in questo caso sono più un osservatore e un raccontatore, cioè uno che vi racconta quello che stiamo facendo dal punto di vista politico, e un ascoltatore e affascinato di quel che voi state realizzando e che stanno realizzando tanti vostri colleghi in giro per il mondo nell'applicazione di questa realtà al mondo che più ci tocca vicino, qual è la nostra salute personale. Avendo contezza che però nulla può sostituire mai l'intuito e l'intelligenza umana. Questa è una cosa che mi preme dire, perché io non sono un nativo sono orgogliosamente non sono un nativo digitale, penso che non bisogna naturalmente spaventarsi dall'applicazione di nuove tecnologie, ma bisogna sapere sempre ricordare che ci deve essere sempre una mente umana che lo gestisce. Scusate questo passaggio, ma io ci tengo, perché penso che la ricchezza umana non può essere mai sostituita da un computer, deve essere aiutato, ci può dare in tante cose, e su questo il vostro lavoro è fondamentale e importante. Grazie.
Grazie a lei, onorevole. Dirò che lei ha rappresentato bene quello che abbiamo detto questa mattina: l'uomo deve essere in comando, il medico, se deve prendere una decisione, la deve prendere in maniera consapevole, scienza e coscienza, che è già nel nostro, diciamo, codice deontologico. E pensare di sostituire il medico ad una macchina, penso che in questo momento è ancora troppo anticipatorio. Sicuramente oggi non si può fare con le strumentazioni che abbiamo, anche perché la fantasia, l'intuito non è solo l'intelligenza, perché intelligenza è molto ampio come termine, non la chiamerei intelligenza artificiale, quello è un prodotto artificiale dell'intelligenza umana. Quindi la ringrazio, perché se l'uomo rimane in comando sicuramente la gestione sarà molto più etica e sicuramente anche meno potenzialmente utilizzabile da entità esterne che abbiano intenzione di farne un uso non proprio. Quindi la ringraziamo di questo approccio e di questa comunicazione. Grazie. Dov'è? Cipriana, we need you. Okay. Sorry. Because I was... let me introduce you. So, Cipriana, everybody knows Cipriana. Cipriana Stefanescu, the president of the Imago Mall cluster. And I have the pleasure also to have with me, close to my left side, Professor Capilli, Giovanna. She's our full professor in private law, okay? We are forced to have this, but it's a pleasure to have her here today. So thank you very much for being here, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. But maybe I'll invite also the others, members of this concluding round table, because maybe we must remember all the time that all this project has started from the patient and must arrive to the patient. So artificial intelligence for medicine, for precision medicine, won't exist with the data of the patients. And the benefit, the great beneficiary, the final beneficiary, it will be also the patient by his disease and also quality of life. But let's have the others. Nicola's company is just here, and maybe Giovanna company is here. Mr. Marco Di Donato.
I'm
Is
here.
online.
Can you hear me?
Okay. And also online, it will be the representatives for the Patients Association, Luminica Vulcia and Biancapo. And the first word, it will be for the one who is a great part of the soul of the Revert, together with Fiorella and also the other members, which is Professor Mario Rosselli.
Thanks, Cipriana, for introducing me. And now we are at the end. At the end, I mean, as you saw this morning, well, Fiorella showed you the total process of the Revert protocol. The clinical study was included in the work package number 6, which is the last one, except the work package number 7, which is today. So if I have my first slide, please. Or may I do it by myself? Where? To tell you that my duty today is just an introduction of the clinical study, and then I'll ask, oh, no, the previous one, no? Okay, here we are set. We are in business. And then I'll ask Dr. Formica to join me here at the podium. He's my researcher, and we share together all the study design, all the efforts in order to design the study, all the efforts for data processing. So anyway, as I said, the clinical study was included in the work package number 6, as you can see, titled A Prospective Study to Evaluate the Association between Individual Profiles and Clinical Outcomes in First-Line Metastatic Colorectal Cancer Patients. This is a final event, and when I want to, I make a mistake. Okay. It's better if I'm telling you next slide, probably. Anyway, what was the rationale behind the clinical study? This is depicted in this slide that you saw this morning already, because Fiorella showed you. However, if you can see on the left-hand side of the present slide, there is a retrospective study. And you heard a lot this morning to talk about this retrospective study, because it is a retrospective analysis of all data coming from metastatic colorectal cancer patients already being treated. And so we collect all data, all the clinical features, not just the oncological outcomes, and all this data collected help in building up what is the memory of the artificial intelligence and make the machine learning to stratify patients as a good responder versus poor responders. Because the main question is why some patients goes well and some other goes wrong. Obviously, we won't be able to answer this question with this clinical study, but that was the key point in starting thinking about the clinical study and to be used with artificial intelligence. So on the right-hand side of the present slide is the prospective study that we are talking today. So the machine learning stratification could help the clinician to orient the clinical aspect. I don't say that the artificial intelligence will take a decision. The decision will be taken by the clinician, but the artificial intelligence could help in orient the clinician in which combinatorial chemotherapy should be used for that patient. I would like to draw your attention on to the, if you take a look on the left-hand side, there are several names, which is the standard of therapy being used in this kind of patient, which is a combination of oxaliplatin and or irinotecan with fluoropyrimidine, which is the standard of chemotherapy. And they are all equally effective. So it doesn't really matter if you use one or the other, because from the clinical standpoint, the efficacy of each one is considered by the oncologist the same. And as you may see on the right-hand side, the same standard of care was used for the prospective trial because they have been asked. So no new drug must be used, not immunotherapy, no other new drug coming from that point on must be used, but the standard, just the standard therapy. So now, these okay, the clinical study, this prospective one that we are talking now, has been started the last year, March the 23, when the first patient has been enrolled. And now, as you can see in the overall status, which is underlined in red, is concluded. Main endpoint of the present study, in order to validate the artificial intelligence, keep in mind this validation. We are not talking neither a superiority trial or non-inferiority trial. Nothing was it. I mean, our intent was to validate the possibility of the artificial intelligence to help the clinician to take a decision, but the decision was taken by the physician. So the main endpoint was the progression-free survival. As a secondary endpoint was obviously overall survival, early tumor shrinkage, overall response rate, and quality of life. Since we just finished to enroll patients, obviously we don't have all this kind of data, but at least for the final event, we reach the main endpoint, which is the progression-free survival. Next slide, please, if you help me out in order to go through. No. Hello? Okay. In this slide is presented the enrollment rate. On your left-hand side, you see the patient that we expected to be enrolled. The total number was 106, and we ended with 100 patients being enrolled totally, and this is divided by month. On the right-hand side, in the upper part, you see the enrollment rate. The blue bar represents the real patient being enrolled monthly, while the orange one is the one what expected to be enrolled. As you may notice that at the very beginning, the rate of enrollment was even faster than what we expected, while starting from January the 23, the enrollment delay slowed down. Why slow down? Slow down because if you take a look on the bottom part of the slide, where the clinical sites are represented, while the Romanian site and ourselves, University of Vergata, enrolled patients more than we expected and then was committed. Unfortunately, University of Florence, University of Palermo were not able to enroll when was expected at the beginning for several reasons. And the clinical site in Spain, unfortunately, did not participate for enrollment of patients because several administrative problems in the processing all the files by the ethical committee was present. So at the end, they said, okay, ask whatever you ask. You listened this morning how many problems, how many regulatory issues were taken in account. So the Spanish said, okay, do whatever you want. I mean, we are not able to enroll patients. This was the reason why the slope delay starting from January the 24th. And here it represented the flow chart of the patient that had been evaluated so far. We screened well over 100 patients. 11 were excluded for screening failures and clinical comorbidities. As you can see on the rectangle on the right-hand side, we dropped to 100 of patients, which was the real number of patients being evaluated, which dropped again down to 92 for some other clinical reasons. And at the very end, we had 100 patients, which actually 89, because for 3 patients, the time for evaluation was too short. Okay, at this time point, I ask Dr. Formica to join me at the podium, and he will show the results obtained so far for these patients. Please.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to Professor Rosselli, to all the research group, to give me the privilege of presenting the results, the clinical results. As Professor said, we actually analyzed 89 patients, and these are the clinical characteristics of these patients, which are quite, in line of what you usually see in our clinics. We are talking about, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this, we are talking about metastatic colorectal cancer. So it's very prevalent disease, the third in terms of incidence and mortality, so very prevalent. And we are talking about disseminated disease, so metastatic, incurable in a sense. And actually, as we usually have, is quite a balance between males and females, as we have in this cohort. And also is more frequent the left side colon, so cancer arising from the left side, so 3/4 of the cases after the left side colon. And also another typical aspect is the molecular aspect. Usually there are important gene mutations that can be found in these patients, but in half of the patients there's no gene mutation found, so they are called wild type. Actually, wild type patients they usually have a better prognosis. We are involving all the patients, mutated patients and wild type patients. This means that overall the prognosis and the survival we would expect is, let's say, less selected. So it's a very widely applicable, this type of course. So very in line what we usually see in our practice. So also the, let's say, the biochemical characteristics, so these are blood tests, the mean, the median, and the range of results of the blood tests of the patients are in line with what we see. Usually patients have low than normal hemoglobin, which means anemia, but usually the other variables are still in the range, so normal liver function, renal function. So they were all, as we said, reproductive of what we usually see. And there were also some markers that are used in clinical practice, which are the CEA is at the bottom of the table, which in a sense gives the burden of the disease. So what we can see in this slide, that the burden of these patients are very heavily disease. They have a heavy burden, because a marker of above 200, 300, as it is there, means that the load of the tumor is quite high in these patients. So very unselected patients and common patients, and with a survival which we would expect quite dismal. Okay. This is on the right side. You will see the radiological response we found using the treatment supported by the algorithm. As Professor said, this is a, let's say, a revolutionary approach, which means that again, for those that are not familiar, let's say we have two alternatives to use a chemotherapy. One, let's call irinotecan, and the other oxaliplatin. At the moment, in the current practice, is kind of tossing a coin. We are not deciding based on a support to decide which one of the two alternatives can be used. Usually is used according to, which are more familiar or lack the philosophy of the center. So they are supposed to be equal, the two alternatives. The algorithm gives us the support to decide one instead of the other. So actually this is the innovative part, that the artificial intelligence tells us which of the two alternatives which are at the moment at the same level should be preferred. And actually using the preferred, the treatment suggested by the algorithm, we found a radiologic response which is quite in line with the normal practice. But what we found actually, which is the very important result, we found the survival, which is quite high as compared to the standard survival we would find in these patients. These are survival curves. This is, as Professor said, the progression-free survival, which means the number of patients still remaining on treatment and with the disease under control over the time. So as you can see, the median time to progress, the disease state to progress, is in this cohort, which is based on artificial intelligence chosen regimen, is 13 months, which is quite high, because the median survival we would expect in the first line treatment is 10 months. Okay, so 13 months is quite high. 3 months more is for us quite a gain. Just to give you an idea, the FDA approved the drug just for an improvement of 2 weeks. So 3 months is quite high in these patients with a poor prognosis. This is the PFS2, which means the time from the start of the treatment to the progression to the second line. As we said, we've got two alternatives. We first use one, and then when they progress, we use the alternative. So it's quite normal that the patients have a first line and a second line. Actually, the second line performance is, of course, inferior to the first line performance. So we've got almost 20 months, which is 13 plus 7 months. And this is also quite high. And also, the overall survival is not yet reached, so the median. So still, patients, they are still living as the median follow-up is 14 months. But the most important thing is that when we compared, so these are the three types of survivors put together. But when we compared the survival of the prospective studies as compared to, let's say, the standard, which is, we used the survival of the retrospective data we had to feed the artificial intelligence algorithm. As we can see, when we improve the approach with this oriented choice, we had a for the retrospective survival, the retrospective cohort, 10 months, as we said, the standard survival, an improvement of 3.5 months. So this means that the results are quite, encouraging. And of course, this is an exploratory study, so we would not reach. The aim was not to reach, big size trial, but still the delta, the improvement is quite significant, 3.5 months. And so thanks for all the researchers to give us this, important help in choosing when the gray areas still exist in medicine and in oncology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So starting from these promising results from the use of our project results in clinic, maybe we start some discussions, and I think we will hear the voice of law, the voice of authorities, of European authorities, the voice of patients, and the voice of future and synergies, probably, I hope. If you would like, I'll start with Professor Capilli, because he just started before. And I think one of the questions that we have in mind is, at least a part of them, is just finished. The discussion was, what impact does artificial intelligence have on medical liability? But in my opinion, you just have discussed a little bit on this. And yes, because I have another one in mind after this. Yes, if you want. Okay. So please.
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy to stay here, because the project, I think that is an example of the implementation of the AI in healthcare, and I think that it's important the human-centric approach for the use of artificial intelligence. The professor before said this, because the clinician and the physician need to say effectively which is the diagnosis or the treatment that a patient could be have. But I think that there are a lot of good things that AI in healthcare could be, but we have a lot of challenges. For example, bias. So the data that we use to do the training to this algorithmic is very, very important, because patients are very different from sex for other things. So when you use big data, you need to do a very important choose, and only the researcher or the doctor could do this chosen. This is the first things that we could have pointed when we spoke about the liability of the doctor. And this is the first. And the other is the use of the instrument that have artificial intelligence implemented inside. Because the clinical, the doctor must use very well this instrument. For example, I would like to say to you an example of the problem that could be have when we spoke about responsibility in healthcare. And An example is the potential scenarios where the causal link between the event, for example, error or malfunction of the AI system, and the damages to the patients may be interrupted. Because in this case, we need to focus the responsibility, for example, for the AI producer. And we have now a new directive about producer, also about software. AI is a software, an algorithmic. So it could be have a problem when we need to choose who is the real responsible about the damage. Because we could have improper use of the AI system by the healthcare physician, for example. And the producer may argue that the damage is a result not from a defect of the AI system, but from improper use by the doctor. And this could be a very question for when we use this. Which is the main? That could be have an autonomous cause that break the causal link between the doctor and AI producer. So I think that it could be a problem for the patient. The patient have a very hard proof that could be give to the judge, because the patient could be take in account the producer, the doctor, and also the hospital. And also we have a problem about the cybersecurity. So it could be have, for example, a forza maggiore. So for the, in this case, for a patient, it could be very hard to prove the who is the responsible. For this reason, the rule could be revised, and we have generally strict liability, so responsibility without negligence, or responsibility for negligence, or maybe it could be have in this case a form of assurance. But not in a technical.
This was the second question.
Yes, in a technical way, an assurance that could be give to the patient a risarcimento,
Reimbursement.
Reimbursement. Reimbursement for this damage. So these are the three types of the that we need to choose, because in this way, for example, now we have a group of experts that could be revising the liability about healthcare, health liability. So I don't know if this group take into account the use of artificial intelligence in healthcare, because there are a lot of questions where you look at this from a point of view of a jurist, of a judge. For example, I am also judge at tribunal in Rome, and I know that it's very difficult to have a proof. You could have the power of ask to the product or to the other part that contribute to do the artificial intelligence, the document where there is the very function of this instrument. So for this reason, there is this proposal of liability, AI liability, but this proposal is not very good for jurists. For this reason, now we have only the directive about product liability and not AI liability. But at the first, this proposal were together is a package of proposal from the Europe. But now we have only this because the other proposal is not. There is not a law now. So for this reason, jurists talk about the different system that we have about liability, because not in every state there is the same liability system for in health. For this, I think that it's very important to have a framework that we can use, the line guide that we can follow for our rights. Because if I have a damage from a system that use artificial intelligence, I don't know who called at the court. I don't know. I need to call everyone. And then I need to give to the judge the proof, yes, the demonstration that the damages is from the doctor or from the AI, but the doctor could be say that the system told him to do a diagnosis or to do to take a treatment to the patient. So I think that the human-centric and is necessary in this moment, because we haven't a system that have 100% validation, okay? But as said the professor before, artificial intelligence is very important because it's fast and because it could be give a response that the doctor need to analyze, because if this response is not analyzed very in a good way, it could be responsible. It's like linee guida now, like linee guida, because if you follow the linee guida, you could not responsible. But in this case, what could be a doctor, for example, that choose the response of the AI, but and the AI is 89% validation, The doctor need to say why don't follow the 21% in this case, because also the linea guida is the same. The doctor could be follow the linea guida, but need to see the concrete case. And in this case, for example, could not follow the linea guida. It's the same things in this case. So the trial is very, very difficult because there are a lot actor. Yes.
Why do we focus only on who's the fault and not who's the merit?
Who's that?
Because no, because the patient, when he is not enough pleased about the result, he will make a process of malpractice. So
no, but it's not a malpractice. I say
it will come very quickly after this, more quickly. So it is for clear that we must introduce the results and this artificial, because we have good results for the patients. And as soon as this will pass, it will be also some patients which could make process of malpractice. After this will happen also the assurance. It will be different types of assurance. The regulation, in my opinion, and this is what I would like to promote the discussion here, that this is the moment to be very attentive of what type of regulation we do, because after that the assurance, it will be different from the process of introducing the data, the process of choosing the results, etc., and the question, so also the costs, it will be different, and I don't know if it will be compulsory or not for of an oncologist, for example. But at the moment with something like this happened, the question is, if you have a certain assurance, is it enough for the process or not?
Oh yes, allora, the insurance is another problem, because the insurance must calculate the risk, okay? And we know that for the regulation of AI, the use of AI also in healthcare is a system that have a lot of risk.
Yeah.
So, but for AI we have a multi-type of risk, because we have a risk for
choosing the data.
Yeah,
and then
choosing your data.
Doing the
but
process,
but these are systems that learn during his process. So it's very difficult to say which is the insurance.
important.
Yes, but for this reason, I think that in this case, maybe we have an approach that is not strict liability and or negligence, but we have a mixed and also un fondo. A fondo that could be reimburse the patient in this case, because there are also the insurance, the assurance. It's very difficult that you can do insurance about these things. I think that in this moment, for example, also for cybersecurity is not a good insurance, because the risk is selected about the singular things or the singular area. But in this case, we have a lot of things that are together, because there is the doctor, need an assurance about his work. But in this case, the doctor use artificial intelligence, use correct artificial intelligence. So it means that the doctor could have a training about the use of these things. Because there are, it's very complicated, but I think that we need to use this instrument, because I think in the slide that the colleague before, we have a very good impact for using this system for us. I understand that we have, for example, 5 months or 3 months of survival for a patient. I think that this is a very good thing for AI. And we don't scare about the liability or the responsibility. We don't. I think that for all, it's important to have rules that can help a patient or who is damaged about this system to go to the court with the instrument, with the document, with something that, because there is necessary the link from event to the damage.
I understand. The conclusion must be that we must have a good lawyer. If we have a good lawyer, it will be so for sure. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So let's pass now to the voice of authorities. I would like to see if we can speak with Mr. Marco Di Donato, representative of European Regional Local Health Authorities, Eureka. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon.
He is here with us. Well? Thank you very much for being today with us. And we have a question from the group. In fact, how do you see the integration of artificial intelligence into public health strategies and at the European level?
Okay, so thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for having me today. It's a pleasure to speak at this event, and because I mean it's a combination of two topics that are at the very core of our organization: cancer and, let's say, innovation. May I ask you to possibly to switch off the volume of the mic of the room, so because I hear an echo. If it's possible. Yeah, that much better. I hope you can still hear me. So I'm Marco Di Donato. I work as a policy and project officer at Eureka, the reference network for European regional and local health authorities. We are a Brussels-based association bringing together several regions across different countries in Europe. And yeah, getting back to your question, I mean, it's quite tricky to answer in a few minutes, but I can give, I mean, a bit our perspective, because what I would extrapolate from your question is strategy. Of course, I mean, all here in the room and in the online room, we all agree on the power of AI, not only as a technology, but as a tool. And not only for healthcare, for transforming healthcare delivery, but also like in shaping public health policies, but also when it comes to prevention and health promotion. I mean, at European level, for sure, the European Union put a lot of efforts in setting the ground and shape, let's say, the framework with the AI Act, the Data Act, the GDPR regulation, but also if we just want to look also at the tools under the Beating Cancer Plan, I mean, we can find a lot of different guidelines, the legislative file to follow. But when it comes to strategy, so thinking strategically, how to effectively put public health policies in place. So first of all, of course, and I'm saying this not because I'm representing now a network of regions, but a key thing is to have coordination and alignment from the different level of governance. And for this, I mean like the EU level, the national level, but also the regional and local level, because it's a matter of fact that in most of the European countries, the healthcare systems are regionalized. So regional authorities have very strong competencies when it comes to the delivery of healthcare services, but also the shaping of health promotion and prevention policies. And having said that, why the region is important? First of all, and this is also specifically important also to connect with the AI and innovation that might be brought by these tools. First of all, the regional ecosystem, the regional system is we see it as a living lab. So it's a place where to test and scaling up innovation. So it's fertile ground to test solutions. But it's not just a matter of innovation, because it's also a matter of the infrastructure on which this innovation is built. And most of the time, for example, for AI, it's strictly connected to the health data infrastructure in place. And region in many countries in Europe have a key role in gathering those data and ensure the quality of those data. But also, I would also remark the importance of regions in setting the ground for the proper application of AI, also in terms of skills for the healthcare workforce, and as layer the closest layer of governance to citizens and communities. They play a key role to ensure that the connection to what the actual needs are, and that would be like a key added value then in bringing the value of artificial intelligence on board when it comes to policies. As Euriga, we of course have a strong collaboration with our regions and also with some of the friends and colleagues in the room, also involved in the Revert project. That I thank a lot for inviting me. But as Euriga, we are also involved. We strongly believe in the power of European initiatives and projects in such field, connecting cancer, artificial intelligence. We recently launched a project, for example, on precision medicine, also with our colleagues from ImagoMol cluster. And I would also like flag to the audience another project we are part of, which is actually which brings together artificial intelligence and colorectal cancer, but it's more on the primary prevention side. So the name is OncoDir project, and it's financed by the Cancer Mission. And the idea is to build a platform driven by AI that will help citizens in improving their health behaviors and help the clinicians to shape recommendations for the patients, and at the same time also the policymakers in shaping better policies. So we at Euriga, we are like frontline in trying to contribute to the fight against cancer and colorectal cancer specifically. I won't steal much time to the other speakers, so I would leave the floor to the moderator. And in case, there will be follow-up questions, happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Marco. Also from the part of Revert for this intervention, but also from the part of Imagomol for all your collaboration, may I say past and maybe future. And I would like only to stress the fact that probably it is so important, your role and all the European Association, because neither any other project on artificial intelligence for precision medicine cannot be developed without a large collaboration, because the amount of the data which are needed, which are a condition for the success, one of the conditions for the success of the algorithm. So thank you again. And now I think we, from my opinion, we pass to, without any other considerations, the most important part of this round table, the voice of the patients. Because without patients, we don't have data, and without patients, we don't have beneficiaries, so we don't have a name, so we cannot do anything. So first of all, we must have the collaboration of the patients, and you are here, both of you. So Luminica Vâlcea, which is the executive director of the Coalition of Patients Organization with Chronic Disease from Romania, COPAC, and Bianca Pop, which is the project officer from European Patients Forum. How is defined there? A strong patient's voice to drive better health in Europe. So first of all, please, Luminica, if you would like to tell from local perspective of using artificial intelligence for precision medicine and especially for the patient, if you think that this could help the impact on the patients from the remote area to access different parts of health process.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you very well.
Okay. I'm Luminica Vâlcea. I'm the executive director of COPAC, Coalition of Patients Organization with Chronic Disease from Romania. We are an umbrella organization with 18 members, association and federation representing patients with different chronic diseases. We are also a member of European Patient Forum and Cluster Imagomol. I think it's important for us first to understand better the context, especially from our country, from our national level. COPAC as an organization have been involved in the last few years in the screening of colorectal cancer and also in educational activity related to prevention. You have to know that in Romania, colorectal cancer remain number 3 as the new incidence of cancer, 15 for men and 12 for women. Unfortunately, we continue to discover in the advanced stages, and when chances of recovery are slim, and of course we need personalized and precision medicine. So that is why, from our perspective, of course, the research projects are essential. But in Romania, especially, we also need training for oncologists, rethinking the healthcare system, and especially the circuit, the pathway of the patient. In Romania, in the last year, we conducted colorectal cancer screening projects funded from European Union.
but only in the 4 regions of the country. Our organization was a partner in a project that organized screening in one of the region, Bucharest-Ilfov, where we communicated and convinced 16,500 people from a total of 50,000 to get tested within the program. We know very well that it's not easy to convince people to be tested because we strongly believe that it's not needed to be tested if you don't have any signs. Anyway, as an NGO, we continue to work in this respect, and we think that we can achieve that with a very good communication and joint efforts with the authorities. From this point of view, we think that the recent development, technological development, and especially AI, can help very much in the area of identifying the risk factors and especially to communicate better of the importance of the prevention. It's probably essential for a significant decrease of the number of cases being diagnosed late. I would say that I attended a few months ago a conference in Thessaloniki, where a very known surgeon from UK said that in 5 years, probably the physicians that are using AI will be replaced by the ones who don't. So I don't know if it would be true, but I think it's a very interesting perspective. So I'm here for all the questions, and I need to also to say that we are a very active NGOs, and we are open and willing to collaborate with partners across Europe in colorectal projects or in other projects regarding chronic patients and diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luminica. No, for sure, artificial intelligence never will replace the physician. It is one of the points is that, in my opinion, the patient won't go to the artificial intelligence if it will be two places, one with the physician and with the artificial intelligence, and the other one only with artificial intelligence. In my opinion, and you know better than me the patients, I think the patient won't go in the part with only artificial intelligence, even if it looks like a human being. Yes, so this is one of the points. But however, I would like to say that COPAC is a very important association. One of the facts is also we must keep in mind that the eastern part of Europe is near Chernobyl. And being near Chernobyl, we have a lot of cancers which are synchrons and metacrons. Maybe one of the topics which will be very, very challenging, I don't know if we can do something like this, is to think of the patient which I have been to be excluded because they have other pathologies, probably also other types of cancers, I don't know. But the patients which have more than one cancer, and they must have a therapy, however, for the improving the prognosis and the quality of life. This is a very challenging. I have seen patients with 7 cancers. So this is why the association is very important for the next training on another network. Thank you again. And let's see the voice of the patients from the whole Europe. in fact, which is Bianca Pop. And Bianca, for you, I have another question, more general. What do you feel about the use of artificial intelligence in clinical settings, and more exactly, do you feel confident or not, or maybe if the patients will feel confident or not? And if not, what do you think we can do more in terms of data in order to convince the patients to be part? Because how you have seen, some of the patients refused the use of artificial results, artificial network results. Please.
Thank you very much, Cipriana, for your question. I hope you can hear me properly. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join the Revert final event today to discuss such an important topic which stands at the heart of technological advancement in healthcare. So, just to introduce myself very briefly, I'm Bianca Pop, and I'm currently working as project officer of the European Patients Forum. For those who are not familiar with EPF, so EPF is a non-for-profit umbrella organization that works on public health and health advocacy across Europe, and we are currently representing 79 members, including disease-specific patient groups active at EU level and national coalitions of patients. So going back to your question, Cipriana, so indeed AI is very complex and often controversial topic, and some patients may have misconceptions about how the technology or the AI solution is being used in healthcare, or they have concerns about what may happen in the future. And we, as patient organization, we can contribute positively by providing clear information in a way that is accessible to our patient communities. And part of our advocacy work at EPF is one of our project called Data Saves Lives. Basically, Data Saves Lives is a multi-stakeholder initiative, and one of the milestones for this project is the DSL, the Data Saves Lives Toolkit, that aims to actually equip patients and patient groups with the information and materials they need to have a positive dialogue with their communities. And also what we are trying to do with this multi-stakeholder initiative is to kind of raise patient and public awareness about responsible use of health data. When it comes to your question specifically, I would say that from our perspective, of course, there are some challenges when it comes to ethical aspects and also the legal framework. But I guess that we can overcome these challenges by building trust. And I guess that trust and transparency have been mentioned already several times in the previous panel. Because indeed, without trust, even the most revolutionary AI system risk being underutilized or rejected by the patients they aim to serve. And maybe one important key things here is also the informed consent, because indeed, from our previous experience with patient and patient groups, we identified that the informed consent is one of the key aspects, because patients are not only consenting for a medical procedure, but also to the use of the algorithms that may analyze their data. And so in general, they are not reluctant when it comes to sharing their data, but they really want to kind of know for which reason and for which purpose their data is being used. And they really want to kind of understand the role of the AI and the AI solution in their personal treatment, which actually includes the area of explaining what the system is designed to do, and also they might need clarification on how the data is analyzed and what are the possible errors or bias. I hope this clarify in a way your question.
Thank you very much, Bianca. I only want to say both to Bianca and Luminica that we will do what you just have said, but I think it will be very important if from the authorities of the patients, or the voice, because you are the voice and the patients like the voice of this, to advise the patients to have certain rules, regulations in which you advise the patient that artificial intelligence is something in different types of algorithms that must be compliant with the patient, so the patient to accept. If it will be also something coming from up to down, something this, sometimes I think this could help. So please keep in mind, and let's continue the collaboration for next Revert 2. Yes, maybe. Thank you a lot. And not the last, but the final, the least maybe, and the final word of this round table is for Nicolas Comparin. I must not present him because he will speak also from his experience inside the Revert, which was very important for us, and also for his whole background. And the question is like this. What future do you see for Revert output and results in clinical settings, and which could be the synergies with others EU initiatives? Please.
Hi everybody. Today my duty is to conclude this event, final event, where a lot of us saw characters since the beginning of 2020. It's a pleasure to be here because here in this venue, representing the European Union could be the beginning and also the end of our pathway in this sense. And let me say that since this morning till today, we saw all the protagonists of the value chain of how to improve the European Health of Union as the Commission is pushing since COVID and so on. But just to a brief conclusion, we saw the importance today of the regulatory aspect in order, starting from the research activities carried out by the health institutions, and according to the outstanding conclusion so before, we could say that actually we need, and there are the instruments to go further. Dr. Parenti today explained there are plenty, and also Dr. Bonocore, it's plenty of financial instrument, financial program that could be an opportunity to the Revert to go further, not only for what regards research, but also to how to bring all these kind of outstanding results in the health practical, in the health clinics. So actually it's important to combine and to what, for instance, it's doing EU for health programs, where PROMIS is pretty active since we support the Italian Ministry of Health in this sense, also other European, the Italian European regions in bringing forward this kind of topics. One of them is the joint action. Joint action is a kind of project funded by EU for Health programs where all the European member states are asked by the HADE and the European Commission to participate, mainly by their ministries of health, which are the competent authorities. In this sense, there is a really active and operative new joint action called EU Can Screen, which promotes at the EU level the promotion of oncology screening programs, and the colorectal cancer is one of the pathology. In this sense, PROMIS support the competent authority, the ministry at the Italian level to push with the support with other organizations this kind of screenings in Italy and so on. But actually we saw today that we need support not only with the regions, not all the regional health systems, but to be allied with all the others members is not only important having the member states, the competent ministries, but also, and we saw that they are really important, the organization EU-based. So we really work a lot with Euriga, with the EPC. So for us, it's a plus. It's not just having because in Brussels, a lot of activities, a lot of initiatives are happening every day. So we, as promised, for ISA, have a specific office in Brussels because we need to be there. We need to participate in events. We need to push policy and so on. So let me say that it's really important to take the best from all the opportunities given by European Union. So keeping cooperating not only in Horizon Europe, but also in other EU programs dedicated on promoting the policy making and promoting also how to bring the research in the clinical healthcare services, not only at national but also at regional level. So it's really important to also now to speak with policy making as we started today. Continuing in this way with all of our support. So thank you, and let me thanks Fiorella for this fantastic coordination. So big applause for Fiorella today. Thank you all.
I don't want to finish without thanking also from my side and from the side of all the Romanian team for being part of such a warm family of Revert project and of the coordinators and not of the soul of this project, which in fact means a lot of small pieces and big pieces, starting with Fiorella and with Marco, but also with Silvia and with Nicola and all the people I see here, Patricia and Noemi, Twez and Knut and all of them, and Jenny, and all. And also, thank you for my team, which was supporting me all the time. Yes.
To close this fantastic day, I'll say, let's go for Revert 2. That's it.